Good. Wonderful way to start the return. We're in the new pad. I have a chair now. There's a gamer chair. Mecha-chrono and a gaming chair. Absolute fantastic. We have a hat. It says Resident Evil on it. Look at that. It's awesome. Let me quickly make sure the camera does not go blurry, because I did figure this out a while back. Okay. Control, where is my auto? There it is. Bam, bam. Bigelow. Friends, comrades. I see Chance, Mia. I've grown a chair. It's very painful. Doctors expected me not to survive, but here I am. Me, Clemothy, my boys. How's everybody doing? Back. Still a little bit rough. Microphone is here, over off the side. Like the light display now is not bad. The camera here is actually upside down, but like I flipped it all the way around, so it looks fine for you guys. Prove the doctor's wrong. So let's see. Clem's at work. Now you get to see how I feel when you've been streaming Metal Gear Solid. Okay. I see those 10 gift subs you gave were during the Code Vein playthrough. You popped in while I was in the Desert City area and gave 10 gift subs out, which was absolutely crazy and got me to the point where I could have 2 tier 1 emotes, and then Twitch just gave everybody like tier 1 emotes anyway. It was I appreciated it. Very kind. Thank you. Thank you for the hat. I have several hats, actually. I've been working this whole thing up. There are hats that you guys have seen before, but there are others that I've bought in preparation for this, and I don't really know why. Like, you guys have seen the N64 hat, which I stopped wearing when I was using the green screen because there's so much green on this. The chroma key is still set up on that. That is unbelievable. Let me turn that off, because I couldn't tell. That'll be our filter, won't it? Let me see, chroma key, bam. There we go, so now you can see the green, like so much green on there. Yeah, I stopped wearing that when I started using the green screen, but I'm not using the green screen now. My Waluigi hat, which I was wearing for quite a while. There's this hat that I got, 25th anniversary of Resident Evil, which cost me less than it was supposed to. Probably because I bought it like a few months ago and anniversary last year. There's this PlayStation hat that I quite like. I expect to see this a few times. I do quite like this one. I like the design on it. And then there's this other PlayStation hat that I haven't worn at all. Guys, I see. I don't remember giving those subs, but here's more subs. Thank you so much, Icy. Very much appreciated. I'm getting up. I have 5 hats. Someone else. Right, what's going on? Who's doing that? I heard 3, but I'm only seeing 2. Thanks for the sub, mate. It's 4. What's going on? The shenanigans afoot? Your prime was too powerful. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for the sub, mate, and for the gift sub to Chance. Icy. I hope you guys are all doing well. It's good to see you all again. The computer is actually all the way over here. Like, if I'm going to be on the computer, I'm going to be here. So, like, kind of a bit of ways over there. TV is here. a little bit rough. Work. Working on things. Working on. A hype train. God damn. I've never had a hype train on my stream, and I've never had notification that it is close. Nobody do that. I don't want to encourage this. We're here to have fun. You don't need to spend any money. Especially, I've only just come back. But it is very much appreciated. So like we have the schedule in the Discord, which I've set up, rearranged that a little while back, weeks ago, and the idea is to go through everything there in order. Yeah, I missed most of your Art and Elico 2 streams, and I cannot watch Yakuza 0 because I haven't played it yet, and I will go through that at some point on my so I can't check that out, unfortunately, mate. But I'm glad you're doing well, and you finished near Art and Elico 2. Good luck with Koga when you eventually get to it. Purge mechanic. Originally I was going to stream today off my Odin Pro, which is this wonderful little emulation handheld I've got. Set it up. I need to get an aux cable for the audio. Won't do audio through. I have an aux cable somewhere. So it's like, okay, do Fusion again. I've been wanting to do it for a while anyway. If Phazon pops in, I'm gonna gently rip her for that. Thank you for the bits, Isaac. So much. Well, I did Yakuza 1 on stream. Like the way I should have just put the I've edited the intermission screen for background music, so it's a little more interesting. Let me turn that off. I'll have to read. I'm bigger now. I have kind of a thing of going through games on stream in release order if I'm planning to do a full series. So I did the first Yakuza, and it was rough. It was very rough. I mostly blasted through that. I didn't really do a huge amount of side content. I've heard Yakuza 2 is where it starts like really getting refined. Now on, it should be really solid. What do we got? Dead Space. We need Dead Space. Spider-Man 2. Superhero Saturdays. Currently, we're still off schedule, so we'll be working around that once I get everything fully sorted. Figure out where the plugs for all my consoles are. Like Z Kane series, while Chance is currently on sabbatical, I need to change that because we decided. Let me turn that off. We decided what I'll be doing for 200 follower goal. That will be Shin Megami Tensei 1 and 2. Legacy Kane series. While Chance is on sabbatical, Persona 3 is on break. So my hope was to tie Legacy Kane series on Sunday. Moment. That'll be a release order. Maybe I could swap Defiance to it. Thank you for the sub team. I need to change that. People have subscribed more than I expected. Not just today, like ever. Been more people subscribing than I ever expected. So I should probably actually set up a custom sub thing. I have pressure to keep stream. That is a fair point, Teak, and damn you. So yeah, coming up we have various things. The schedule is, the idea is go in order. I'm hoping to stream at least 5 days a week. Damn it, Teak. Thank you for giving Dicey a gift sub. haven't even done anything yet, and there's been like 5 subs. Yeah. And it's going again. So what was I saying? Notifications chat. What was? I hope it'll get to streaming 5 days a week. 2 RPG streams, 2 non-RPG streams. Shit, that'd be 6 days. And Superhero Saturdays and Legacy Sundays. We'll have to see. Maybe 2 RPG streams, 1 non-RPG stream, Superhero Saturdays and Sunday stuff. Sunday's gonna be like collaboration day. Chance gets back. I can do Survivor. You check out the schedule. The idea is to go through those in order, from top to bottom. Chance, you save your money, because I know you shouldn't be spending your money right now, so you save that money. For bits of it. Scared of my pro. Scared of my power. This day in blackest night. So yeah, like, get back to it, because I want to get back to RPGs. There's so many RPGs. Let me pull up the list of RPGs I want to do. I have this. Tokyo Xanadu X Plus should be fun. Sonic 4's like the Sonic Marathon's gonna have to wait until after Metroidvania. Metroidvania, I'm thinking like finish what I'm doing and then hit Metroidvania, because that was supposed to be Tokyo Xanadu X Plus, which I'd love to actually finish. Started that and then I didn't start it straight. It's fun. Like, it was just wasn't even a lack of interest that stopped me, it was circumstance. I'd love to get back to that. Resonance of Fate. I would love to get through the tutorial. Crisis Core. But these are subject to some kind of change, specifically the order of them, because I've been adding games in between. I've been wanting to do. Lost Odyssey actually finished that. Pandora's Tower, which was one of the Operation Rainfall. I cannot take, unfortunately. I am in work tomorrow, as much as I would like to. Playing the GBA version, so I can't even tell you Vanished Doom. See, I saw your Discord post. Like, if you stream, you're going to be at irregular times because you're working late all this week. Most of the time, you're starting at like 1 o'clock in the morning for me. I'd love to be there, and you know I would be if I could be. I'd be down to see you get back to FF1 through 6, absolutely. Kind of going through Final Fantasy in whatever order I feel like. Not really a set order. The anthology nature of it really helps. I'm just doing like whatever I feel like. But next up is going to be my own playthrough. Next Final Fantasy game I do will be my own playthrough of 6. Because Klim doesn't like FF6, so we're going to have a critical discussion on that. It should be fun. I've just come off being in for 5 days. I get today off, then I'm back in work tomorrow and Thursday. Get Friday off. shift work. That's crazy. I don't think I move the closer. I feel like it's not picking up everything I'm saying. It should be. Yeah, it's getting a bit of a fan. That should be better. Yeah, that's a lot back off of me. Right down a little. What was I saying? Yeah, Endgame of Final Fantasy 6 Advanced. Like I already recommended to you, like don't do the advanced bonus content. The bonus summons, Gilgamesh, Cactuar, Leviathan, and whoever the fourth is, I do not remember. Those, sure. Dragon's Den and Soul Shrine are not fun or worth doing. I don't currently have any plans for 10, do I? I was debating doing 10 after I did 7, because I did 7, that was the second game I streamed. I did 8, and then I did 7 again. I did 7 with Clim redeemed that, and that was a fun playthrough. And then I was thinking my next FF would be 10, and then I told Clim to stream it, and Clim streamed it, and I was like, I don't feel like playing 10 anymore. But it's going to be 6, I'll be doing that with Clim. After that, maybe 5 or 9. I'm down for 9. I've never played 10-2. Like, here's a fun fact for you, and I feel like I've mentioned this previously. Like, I've never played 10-2. When 10-2 HD came out, my intention was to play through 10 and then get into 10-2 with 10 fresh in my mind. And I bought it, it wasn't release day, I bought it close to release on Vita, and I have not finished 10 since, which at this point was like 9 years ago. Just wants to play 5. Taking a 10-minute break to pop in and see me not playing video games. I don't know a huge amount about 10-2. I know there's dancing and dress fairs, and Icy giving more subscriptions out. Thank you so much, Icy. Caught Clim during one of the short spaces of time where he's not actually subscribed to me. I feel like I should actually start playing a game soon. It's been like 20, almost 25 minutes. Thanks for giving Icy the shout out. That's right, I have mods. I have mods that can do mod things. I don't. It's weird, I forgot I have mods that do things. I haven't streamed since March, and like I've been busy modding in other people's streams and stuff. Give me to watch me not play games. Yeah, subbing with the Prime sub is weirdly awkward. Like, I didn't sub to anybody for like 2 months with my Prime sub because I couldn't figure out how to activate it again, because they changed how it works. This was just a chatting stream. We should probably... I'm on the Metroid Fusion category, so I should probably actually get into it. Yeah, it's cold. Games are heavy. Alright, so let's jump right back into this one, this tab. Xenogears, I did Xenogears. I've never played Xenogears. But the upcoming non-RPGs, I've been slotting stuff in between them. I do Fusion, then the next one after Dead Space will be Village, because I still haven't played Village. Then we'll finish Two Thrones. I put Shadow of Memories in there, because I decided I wanted to do that. I slotted Mirror's Edge in there a couple of days ago. This morning, I slotted Max Payne 2 in there, in front of Celeste. I'm just going to get that done. So yeah, everything on there is stuff I intend to do. Subject to change, only in the idea that I might put some stuff in front of other stuff. New stuff, but that's really going to be it. Games were heavy to move. Games I'm playing with Phil Graver. Playing with a straw. Alright, so. Metroid Fusion. So if you remember when we left off, the last time I tried to stream this, I was falling asleep and I had to quit. Swear to fucking god, RetroArch. No, I set this earlier. There we go. And like I had to quit. I was too tired. I was dying. And then like we haven't finished this on stream in a long time. Every time I've tried it, just bleh. Yaba Sanshiro. YABA, and then Sanshiro is in Sagata Sanshiro, the Sega mascot in Japan, for the Saturn. But yeah, we've not done this in quite a while. Let me fucking charge it. But like I say, the burb is the word. So, screen's here, camera's here, computer's here. I'll reach over and mute that. I think these were all like my last few attempts on stream, and like none of them were finished. I kept dying. But there was a thing. Phazon was recently streaming. Resident Evil 2 remake, and she's going through Fusion herself at the minute, and she's having a difficult time with it because she hasn't played it to death like I have. I like to tease her about that a little bit, but she was doing Resident Evil 2 remake, and I was like, what if because she's practicing to like run RE2 make quick. Okay, I'm gonna do Metroid Fusion. I'm gonna see if I can beat it before you finish this scenario, and I did. That was the picture I posted on the Discord. I got 1 minute, 1 hour 14 time, which was nice. We don't speedrun Fusion. We do what I call fast casual. There's too much grabbing items for an actual speedrun. Too much mistakes, too much leeway in that. But I'm not grabbing enough items for it to be 100% speedrun. And also I'm not resetting if I screw up. That's not what I do. Because I don't feel like going through the stuff I've already done again. So, fast casual. Fast casual. Integer scaling is nice. I like the square things. So how's everybody doing? Doing good? What's it called? I don't know if I look better without the hat. I I don't know which is which. Let's go back on. That's some pretty smooth animation on the Helix. I never paid attention to that before. Oh, that's really nice. Charges obtained. Good work, gents. I didn't know there was a point when you weren't single tick, but congratulations, I guess. It's been so long since I did this on actual hardware. I put my Game Boy Advances around it somewhere. I know where my micro is. I have my micro and the things up there. I don't know where the charger for the micro is. And I wouldn't want to play Fusion on the micro. Oh well. BSL. The Biologic Space Labs. I know Brie Larson has been kind of angling for the role. I heard somebody say Gwendolyn Christie once, and I'm like, yes. I'm down for that, because, like, canonically, Samus is tall. Samus is a big lady. And buff. Like, that's one thing that's, Smash Ultimate. Smash Ultimate made her buff. In Zero Suit. Game Story Adapted. The thing with that is there's not really a game story. That's fair enough. I thought Captain Marvel was fine. It was neither here nor there. It was a fine movie, but against other Marvel movies, it was just kind of there. Nothing really stood out. Alright, so let's do this. But, like, there isn't really much story to Metroid games. There's Other M, which was a bad story. Beyond that, most of it's just exploration. It leaves me feeling like a good Metroid movie would be an art piece. Like, if you were adapting a Metroid movie, it would be an art piece kind of movie. With, like, Samus talks maybe at the start and the end, and the rest of it is Samus fighting monsters and stuff. That could be interesting. Die Hard in Space type movie. Prime 3 has an interesting idea. There's more characters in Prime 3. Not a bad idea. Other M's rough. Part of it is Other M tries to have a murder mystery. Which is like, what? And like, yeah, no, there's a team of Galactic Federation Marines on the bottle ship with Samus. One of them's a traitor of some kind, and it's never properly elaborated on why. Because, like, they're not working with the space pirates. But I think canonically by Other M are just decimated. I think Super Metroid is decimated. But then the game also forgets to tell, like, it forgets to resolve that. Oh, is that right? Let me turn that down for you. Thank you, man. Timer doesn't run during these sequences anyway, and this is a loud enough music piece that we'll be able to properly test it. Better? Excellent. Thank you, guys. The other end tries to have a bigger focus on it. None of it. Murder mystery subplot. It's forgotten. That was bothering me. I don't know. Take a ride to Electric Boogaloo. Alright, let's... I'll read that in a second, Seek. There's another navigation room coming up. That's a reset. Alright. You see, it's a reasonable premise, Teak, but again, it leaves Samus alone. Which is a good idea, but a hard sell for a Hollywood movie. I mean, when I'm here? My audio is quiet when I'm here. It's like the mic's here. It's not really in the way of me. Just hit it with the brim of my hat. Alright, let me turn the game down some more then. Put it down to 18. There we go. Alright. I don't know where my connector cable is for the headphones to the TV at the minute, so at the minute it's just too far. Just saying commoners with my... Yeah. But yeah, see... Samus on her own, I think, would work best, but it's a hard sell. And the only movie I can think of that did something like that would be I Am Legend. The Will Smith movie where he spends like half of it alone, which is good stuff. I mean, there's Castaway as well, but Tom Hanks is on an island rather than in a setting where other people could be. So... I don't know, I feel like Hollywood just wouldn't go with it. No, I don't want that, yeah. Sam just get a baby Metroid. You are right, Will Smith has a dog Tom Hanks has the volleyball. Federation team hiding on the planet. It's an interesting point because it brings to mind. I started AM2R recently. Turns out there's an Android port of it that's really good, and I've got my Odin Pro, which is an Android handheld. And AM2R has, like, yeah, we sent a Federation research team in, and then they disappeared, so we sent in a Federation rescue team, and they disappeared. Kind of makes me think of that. The issue you run across with any of these ideas is alienating the audience, making the companion character, whether it's a person or a team or anything or whatever, like, you run the risk of making them frustrating, annoying, or a detriment to the movie. And I'm going to bring up the point of the Doom movie, which turned the one-man Space Marine into a team. Which, let's be fair, was a bad idea. Let's try and get this right. So if I do this right, I'll have missiles left over. Nice. Made the weird decision to try to be aliens. Doom made a lot of weird decisions. I don't think Doom is like the worst movie. Doom's biggest problem is that a lot of it's too dark. And it uses a lot of Doom 3 designs, which are mostly unrecognisable as the monsters, rather than just being generic monsters. They look kind of unrecognisable. It's weird that The Rock is a villain in that movie. And it feels like that was a decision made later. Because, like, for the first half or so of the movie, The Rock's clearly a good guy. And then, all of a sudden, he's like, yeah, no, I'll kill women and children. It's like, what? That's actually a point. Now, speaking of Doom, my manager sent me a message today. A screenshot of an announcement on Facebook about the Berry Arcade Club, which I went to with Signer for his birthday. In July, they're actually having John Romero there, which is kind of neat. That's cool. Not the women and child. Like, the Doom movie's a weird idea. It could have been a different movie. But I love we're kind of at the point now with the Doom movie of... It's very like the Street Fighter movie in that it's not a good movie, but it's got likeable bits and dumb bits that are fun. And then they made a worse adaptation later that is, like, way worse. Like, Street Fighter has The Legend of Chun-Li, and Doom has Doom Annihilation, which was weird. Like, that movie went straight to DVD, and, like, apparently the director really wanted to make a Doom movie, and very little about that movie screams Doom. And the stuff that does scream Doom is mostly dumb. Like that one guy who shouts, "I'm your Ultra Nightmare, motherfucker." And it's like... What? really rude. It's screaming doom.
Doom. This summer. Doom.
Like, it's weird and dumb. And I think the main character is called Joanna Dark. Or like Joanne Dark or something. And I'm just there thinking, like, that's Perfect Dark. That's not Doom. Also, don't tell me you're gonna have a serious story and call your main character Dark. It's like, that's not serious, that's dumb. Jenny Testosterone. What? I think after we beat Fusion on stream, we're gonna leave Fusion alone for a while. Ah shit, I wanted to get that. That's lost me some time. I hope I make up for that later. Maybe in the Ceres fight. Yeah. Good luck, Icy. I hope you get it, man. Thank you for the gift subs, and you take care of yourself. We'll catch you later. So I probably bring this up every time we do this, but like, look at the top left of that. You can see a GameCube. I held off on destroying it immediately so you guys could see the GameCube. Like, each one of these has a GameCube, and they're in different areas depending on the specific one. I think there's like 3 variations of the layout of them. Alright, time to go up. There we go. Always happy when I pull that off smoothly. This is not a good game for reading Shadow. Open your eye, goddammit. There we go. There we go. Now I can read chat. Tessa Toasty with the nickname of Ronnie. I don't get that. You're gonna have to explain the joke, Chance. No, actually, the last time I did this, when I was doing it, the run that I posted the result on the Discord for, I found an energy tank that I didn't know was there. Oh, testosterone. Testosterone. I feel like that's too clever. Or too dumb. One of the two. Bad. Like I say, like, I'm sure if anybody wants to look at it, go ahead. Like, I'm sure the main character of Doom Annihilation is called, like, Joanna Dark. And that's the name of the main character in Perfect Dark. I was like, you know what game has a story that could work in a movie adaptation? Perfect Dark. I should really do Perfect Dark one day, because I never actually finished it. I never played it before. I got Rare Replay on Xbox One, and that was the first time I ever played Perfect Dark. I never had it on N64. Joan Dark. Like, it's close enough, right? And like Perfect Dark's from the time where games could be a little silly and fun with that, but it would still work and could be serious. Yeah. So, we've missed a lot of topics while I've been gone. One that I feel probably would have commented on if I'd been here at the time. Morbius. Sony's Morbius movie hit, and by all accounts was bad. Which, like, fair enough. It was weird they were doing a movie about Michael Morbius to begin with, and it's a bad movie. It's like, yeah, I can understand that. The memes. The memes for the Morbius movie just kind of were everywhere. And they weren't funny. They were dumb memes that I feel didn't even really reach shitpost levels of funny. And they were everywhere, and they were just kind of dull and irritating. You were waiting for them to move on to like a new meme topic that would be overdone, but maybe hopefully a little funny. But, like, the really interesting thing, this would just be another dumb moment on the internet. Except Sony decided, oh, people are making memes of Morbius and they're everywhere. They must be interested in Morbius. Let's put it back in theaters so they can see it. And my initial reaction to that was, oh god. Because, like, the movie goes back in theaters and it makes a bunch more money, and now that's going to affect stuff going forward. Like, if there's a Morbius 2, it'll be too focused on the memes, and you know they'll say something like, it's morbing time. And it'll just be dumb and unbearable, and it'll be everywhere. But, like, the biggest shitpost ever, which I think redeems the memes, is that Morbius went back in theaters and then bombed. I see you guys are typing stuff, and there we go, I can check it out now. I love the memes got someone saying they actually tried to pre-release it in theaters and it flopped so hard. The fact that it bombed twice is amazing, I love that. Someone streamed all of the movie on Twitch. Well, that was my point, Seek. Like, my expectation was, and like, I'll fully admit I was wrong in my expectation. My expectation was that the memes would elevate it, and that people would watch it to make memes. and it would make a bunch of money, and it didn't, and that is hilarious. Like, the movie bombed twice, and like, that is just... Like, the internet will let you down a lot, in a lot of ways, a lot of the time, but the fact that nobody thought, you know what would be funny if we actually went and saw this movie when it came back out. Like, the fact that that didn't happen. Like, not even really for a shitpost. Like, it didn't make a load of money because people thought it'd be a dumb fun thing. Like, over in the UK we have, like, the X Factor, which is a talent show in big air quotes. I don't know if it even still goes on, but like, it was ubiquitous for a while. It was everywhere, every year, and they'd specifically time it to happen so that it would end close to Christmas, and the winner would put out a music single which would end up being the Christmas #1. And at one point, someone decided, like, they were just done with that, they were sick of it. And so they tried to get Killing in the Name of, Killing in the Name by Rage Against the Machine to be the Christmas #1. Didn't work, none of the people were interested. And so they tried again, like, rather than give up, they tried again, I think, the next year, to get Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley to be Christmas #1. And that became Christmas #1 that year, which was hilarious. I love that enough people bought into that meme to just do that. Like, despite a general lack of interest in X Factor and just being tired of it, the fact that Never Gonna Give You Up's a decent song helps. Like, I unironically like Never Gonna Give You Up at least. Snakes on a Plane is a weird one, because that movie knew exactly what it wanted to be, and if you go into it knowing what it's trying to be, it works. It's a good movie. I think maybe it was a little early in the time of the internet for that kind of thing. I don't know. Did Snakes on a Plane not make a bunch of money? I don't like this boss. But I've been vocal before about my dislike of bosses that have to wait for them to open their vulnerable spot, and everything before that is just beating. Which is like most Sonic bosses. Made half of what it was projected to. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's hard for me to really talk about Snakes on a Plane like that regardless, because I was never into it. Like, I thought I've had it with these motherfucking snakes on this motherfucking plane was a funny line. But, like, I sat down and watched Snakes on a Plane and it's not my kind of thing. In the same way, like, Sharknado isn't my kind of movie. Oh, it's better than Sharknado, like, undeniably. Good soundtrack. God, who was it who did the theme of that? I remember listening to that, and it wasn't a bad song. It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. A band that I've never heard do anything else. This one is always tricky because of the specific spacing to get the wall jump on. I want to say like something Starship. Like they had someone in there who was more successful without them. I don't know. Cobra Starship? That doesn't sound right. That reminds me, it's probably still the chroma key filter on this one, isn't there? No, it's off. Excellent. Good stuff. Alright. Let's go. Honestly, I can't remember anything about that song. I'm trying and just nothing. Alright, so Sector 4, this is going to lead into the fight with Ceres, which, if I can 3-shot Ceres, I'll be happy with. The optimal is 2-shot, but if I can 3-shot it, I'll be happy with that. Cobra Starship is the band, thank you, Chance. Yeah, I can't remember. I know Samuel L. Jackson's in the music video, but like that wasn't ever uncommon for tie-in songs in movies. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger's in the music video for Guns N' Roses' You Could Be Mine, which was the song for Terminator 2. I had another example and I've just lost it. DMX. DMX was... what was it? Cradle to the Grave, I think? He was in Cradle to the Grave with Jet Li. And he rides a quad bike at one point in that movie. And then there's a music video by Sum 42 or something. And like the music video takes place at a house party, and at some point DMX just rides into the house on a quad bike. And like part of you's there just thinking like, why didn't DMX do the song for that movie if DMX was in it? I don't know. There it is. A little too soon there. it's a weird thing. I suppose the question is, like, are there any other notable news? Or anything notable that's happened since the last stream and this one? Like, anything that's something we should talk about? I mean, there's Diablo Immortal, but like, I feel like everything that needs to be said about that was said on the Discord. I feel like I can add anything to that. Alright, Saris. Alright, so like I said, if I do this right, I can two-shot him, but I'll be happy with a three-shot. If you get that first shot right, when he stops speed boosting, he'll be right. Like that. Pretty sure that's not too bad. That's actually a fair point, E3. First rewatch of Star Trek Voyager. You've not watched Star Trek Voyager since it aired? That's crazy. E3 is basically dead. I was calling E3's death when they went digital. It was like, okay, if everybody's just doing a digital presentation, what's the need for E3 anymore? And now that we're at a point where they could do E3 again, that everyone's decided they don't want to do E3, that's kind of interesting. It's not as though E3 is a big loss anyway, it was really just an investor thing. Summer Games Fest, run by Dorito Pope. What? Sorry, I can't spend much time actually reading these outside, like, navigation rooms and stuff. I'll take my time and try and get a decent one. Are you fucking with me, mate? Is that what's happening here? Oh, Jeff Keighley. Yeah, that's fair. Another thing that Jeff Keighley's running. I know what you're talking about there. Yes. I feel like more than enough is already shown off at the Game Awards, which I feel like exists. Like, all the stuff that's shown off in the Game Awards happens because they've realised nobody actually cares about the Game Awards. It's like, hey, you tune in to see what games won the Game Awards Game of the Year this year? Probably not. You tune in to see the new Smash character reveal? Yeah, probably. it was. It's what it was last year. I'm kind of surprised that more publishers haven't just decided to do what Nintendo and what Nintendo's done and what Sony's copied. Because like the Nintendo Direct idea just works so well and probably costs so much less. Plus, you know, they've got so much control over how you see everything. I'll admit, like, as cynical as I am, and as much shit as I give Nintendo, I'm always interested in seeing Nintendo Direct. Because you can never really predict what's gonna be there. There's been too many times when they've announced something that had no build-up. It's like, oh yeah, also, this is happening, and it's out now. It's like, what? The only thing I watched from State of Play was the Resident Evil 4 remake trailer, and I watched that like 2 days after. I watched that only so I could mention it in the Discord. And beyond that, I didn't care. What's that? It's coming out on consoles I don't own. Alright. Eternites. Where's the Eternites, Dev? I need to remember not to jump here. That'll work. Yeah, like I've watched enough of the Nintendo Directs, and like they've just announced stuff out of nowhere, like interesting stuff enough times that I'm just like, I'll tune in because it's possibly the only interesting thing I might find in any of these. Like regardless of how the Jedi Outcast port turned out, Jedi Outcast being announced, and then like, oh yeah, and it's coming out like next week on Switch was wild. You know what? I remember seeing that on Reddit actually. Seeing that specific thing. Good for them. Good for them. That's the dream of the game industry right there. I like that. Good feel, good story. I hope it's so nice, it's good. Data room. Anything? Nope. Excellent. It's definitely not. Yeah, that's a good story in the game industry. I like that. Screwed that up. But yeah, like, I've seen enough stuff just announced out of nowhere on Nintendo Directs that I'm always down to watch one. Like, they've disappointed me enough, but like, there's been enough times where I've been like, oh wow, I'll always check. Partly because, like, I love the feeling of, like, oh, what's this? I recognise that. Best examples, like the Nocturne HD announcement. Again, regardless of how that game actually turned out, like, hearing the opening beats trophy, like, block, like, that was absolutely bad. And if I can watch a Nintendo Direct and at some point... Like, also, one last thing before we go, and then they start playing the opening of Digital Devil Saga, I'll be down. Honest to God, I'll be so ready for it. Like, the kind of thing you want to be there for. It's way more interesting to experience a game announcement that way, rather than see news sites say, oh yeah, this game's coming out. I guess State of Play probably kind of has a similar thing. I guess State of Play kind of has a similar thing as well. Of like, if you were looking forward to the Resident Evil 4 remake and then it's properly announced out of nowhere. So I don't think there were rumours of it being announced or anything during the State of Play. Like, it just happened. It was like, if you were actually looking forward to that, would have been pretty neat. I feel like the Nintendo Direct's like done that often enough to make you want to watch more of them. Oh, absolutely, if Atlas turned around and said, hey, Digital Devil Saga HD coming to Switch, and also we're going to make sure it works when we release it this time. Yeah, absolutely. 1 and 2? Absolutely. No DLC? Absolutely. Uncompressed soundtrack? Absolutely. Featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series? Yeah, maybe I can take that. What's the thing? Like, you know me, like, one of the main things I like with gaming is helping people play good games. It's one of my passions, I guess. I don't get a huge amount of chance to do it. But, like, Digital Devil Saga being made more available. Because, like, both games are really good RPGs. And the only good way to play them is to own a PS2. And they're expensive now. Like, they've shot up in price. Which, like, only being on PS2 is a barrier in itself. And then price on top of that is another barrier. And it just shows up with a new set. Yeah, so I discovered this, actually. During the last time I played this. Didn't notice it. I wouldn't be into that, mate. Like, especially in hindsight, one thing I like about Nocturne is that Dante's design is taken from DMC2. It's a good Dante design anyway, it's one of the best Dante designs. Like, DMC4's design isn't bad. This is neat. DMC4's design isn't bad. DMC5's, I'm not super fond of like the unshaven, scraggly look. I know why he has it in the game, but if we can avoid that look again, that'd be nice. I say DMC4 looks fine. There was a long time where every time Dante appeared, it was just his DMC3 design, which was boring. Haha. Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe part of the fondness for DMC2's Dante design as well comes from the fact that it only appeared in DMC2 and Nocturne. And like, who's playing Devil May Cry 2? Which makes it feel a little more like, hey, this is a design specifically for Nocturne, which I like. Like, they brought Dante back into Shin Megami Tensei for the mobile game, Liberator, the X2 Liberators, and it's just Dante's DMC5 design. As far as I'm aware, it might just be DMC5 artwork. Like, not only is Nocturne, Dante and Nocturne, DMC2's design, and like who's playing DMC2, so it is more unique. It's also a completely unique character model, which I like. And like Dante's face is a little longer than it normally is in his games, which I think is a little more of a stylistic touch, which makes it feel more of its own thing. Like, I like that. It's cool stuff. Area Super. Missiles. I'd like the older SMT stuff to be more available anyway. Not even for my own sake, because a lot of the older SMT stuff I have access to through various means. Like, you guys have seen my SMT collection on PS2. I own all the PS2 SMT games physically. Like, the older ones that weren't released outside Japan, for the most part, I have a way of playing. Because like, most of them have been fan translated and such. Devil Summoner is really like the only old one that hasn't been either fan translated or localized, which is disappointing. Maybe they'll do it eventually, who knows. Like, beyond that, like, I have a way of playing almost all of them. Like, having them more available for people who don't want to do emulation and stuff would be really nice. You know, you say that, Chance, and thinking about it, my immediate thought was what you mean, like Sega with Sonic. How they're re-releasing Sonic every few years. But like, Sega bought Atlas, and it's weird that Sega hasn't like turned to Atlas and said, like, hey, what about some of these old games, we re-released them? I say that, but then I'm also constantly advocating a Skies of Arcadia HD thing, so... It's not Sonic, Sega probably just doesn't care. Alright, all the way to the other side. Yeah, I can definitely agree with that, Teague. Shenmue HD. They did Shenmue HD, but they didn't do Skies of Arcadia HD. What? And one of these games is aged really well, because, you know, it's out of a genre that's aged really freaking well. And the other is a bloated mistake that Sega should have just left in the dust. I mean, that's probably not fair to Shenmue. Like, Skies of Arcadia HD would be a simple concept. Picks up the music, like, take Legends, picks up the music so that it's like the Dreamcast quality music. Like, it's the crazy thing with Skies of Arcadia Legends. Like, I love Legends. Legends is a fantastic game, and I like the soundtrack. But the soundtrack is actually kind of botched, which is the craziest thing, because it still sounds really good. But, like, you go and listen to the original Dreamcast version of the soundtrack, and you can hear the difference. It's like, yeah, the Dreamcast original is the better soundtrack. The security room unlock here, so I should be able to read the chat for a minute. There we go. Ninja Turtles collection looks pretty neat. Yeah. Shenmue 3. you are right. Like, the hype of Shenmue 3 on Kickstarter, people wanted it. So re-releasing Shenmue 1 and 2 at that time made sense. Like, you can't argue with that. Although, like, yeah, Shenmue 3 came out and then just kind of faded away. From what I've heard, it was a Shenmue game. So the people who wanted a Shenmue game got what they wanted, and everybody else didn't understand the appeal. I was like, good for them, I guess. Seriously, like, maybe do something more with some of the other games. Like, it makes me glad that... Two things. I've said before, like, I'm glad I'm not a physical collector because, goddamn. Like, I'm also glad that I'm into emulation and stuff. Because there's so much good stuff that we missed. And so much good stuff that we don't get back to. Like, reasonably. So much stuff that hasn't been re-released. It's worth doing. And not even just good stuff, like weird stuff, interesting stuff, uncommon stuff. Yeah, Nintendo doesn't currently have a way for us to play this. Let's be fair, the Wii U is dead. I'm gonna turn around again. It's like, okay, so somebody's working on a patch that'll set up a plugin that'll set up an N64 emulator to run N64 games in widescreen, 60 FPS with ray tracing, and it's like, wow, that is absolutely unnecessary, crazy, and amazing. And I say that as somebody who needs none of that, who wants none of that. I don't care. I will play Ocarina of Time in 20 FPS as it was originally intended. I will not give a fuck. But the fact that that's there and somebody's making that is amazing. Meanwhile, the paid-for emulator you've got to get from Nintendo, which is the only legal way to play any of this shit, added a game-breaking bug to a 25-year-old game that they've taken weeks to patch out while you're paying a premium subscription fee for it. Like, what? I tried Flower, Sun and Rain, and I did not like it. But that was on DS and it was years ago. I think it was originally a PS2 game. Might be worth a retry sometime. ROM hacks. There's a ROM hack of Super Metroid that I'm kind of interested in. There's a ROM hack of this that I saw a while back called Metroid Fusion Special Edition that sounds interesting. I want to take a look. Look at. There are HD versions of Master System 1 and 2, Sonic 1 and 2. That's fascinating. Wii U are buying an Ambassador 3DS. Well, any of the legal options, really. Like, for as long as the Wii U eShop is up, which is until next year, I think it was. Unless they said that last year, it's actually this year, I don't remember. Or picking up an Ambassador 3DS, which, undeniably, I feel like Nintendo would like to say is illegal. Or like getting the old hardware and playing it. Which, I've said before, I feel like if Nintendo felt they could get away with it, they would tell you playing on their old systems is illegal. Like, they turn around and say, yeah, emulation, flat, no. absolutely illegal. There's no wiggle room in that. And it's like, that's not how any of that works. There's legal precedent for that not being how that works. Yeah, like once the Wii U eShop is taken down, like how do you buy this game? You don't. If Nintendo decides to put it on Switch Online, you still don't buy this game, you rent this game for a continuous fee. Which, like, I know, Teak, you've defended the Switch Online subscription thing before, and you have a point of, like, the stuff you play on there that you would never have played otherwise, which is a good point that I feel would stand if there was more shit actually worth playing on there, instead of them just constantly pushing up Jellicoe shit. But that's neither here nor there. It would be less galling if there was an option to just outright buy the games as well. I thought, oh yeah, Sony's going to turn around and put out PlayStation Plus Premium. Okay. Alright, thanks for popping in, Chance. It's good to have you here. You take care of yourself, you have a good day. We'll catch you next time. Oh boy. Have a drink actually while I'm paused. Anyway. Yeah, like Sony putting out the PlayStation Plus Premium thing, is like, okay, it's great that you're finally giving access to PS1 and PS2 stuff on modern systems. The fact that it's a subscription fee only, fuck you. Absolutely fuck you. There we go, we've got this. Like this whole push for subscription, rather than just letting us buy stuff again. Like, people have been warning everybody about the dangers of digital only for years. And it turns out it was completely unnecessary because the push publishers were going to end up making was subscription based. So it's not even about owning digital, it's that they don't even want you to buy digital anymore, they want you to rent digital. So yeah, the whole thing makes me glad, like, I'm into... don't care about physical collection, I'm willing to emulate. Absolutely willing to emulate. And without that, how many games would I have not experienced? Games worth experiencing. See, I can kind of get where you're coming from with that, Teak. And, like, it's not something that I want to really argue on, because you are arguably right. If you're going to charge for online, getting a bonus for some games isn't bad. The point I'm really just irritated with is that there's no way to have these games without that. And there should be. The expansion pass price, unbelievable, and the fact that it doesn't work, the fact that it launched and it didn't work properly. And like, people defend Nintendo for that. If you went to a restaurant and you paid a premium for a meal and it came back and it was a fucking mess, you wouldn't put up with that. Why does Nintendo get away with doing that for a premium service like this? And in all fairness, not just Nintendo, because we've been at the point for a while where the industry in general will just put out games that don't work, and then they'll fix them later. They'll fix them later. Who cares? Yeah, absolutely, man. Like, Cyberpunk is a good example of that. Did I get this one? Yes, I did. Like, Cyberpunk is a good example of that. Regardless of what you think about the game itself, it launched as a mess, and people paid for it. It didn't work on consoles. And like, we're at the point now where Sony's recommendation is that you just don't buy it for a base PS4. It's like, that wasn't there at launch. There are people who bought it for a base PS4 and it just doesn't fucking work for them. And what's the end result of that? CD Projekt got the money. This is the industry now. You don't have to put out working products. And like, I say this really only so that it's not just Nintendo that I'm ragging on, because the rest of the industry is doing the same goddamn thing. But where did that lawsuit end up, though, Teague? Like, how much of that really made a difference? And in the end, if the bottom line was profit, like, if the end result for them was profit, not what they were after, what they actually got was profit, then I think they did get away with it. Might not have been as much profit as they wanted, but if it was still profit, then they got away with it. I think that's less money than Cyberpunk made. 1.85 million. Like, it's not. For how much Cyberpunk sold, that's not much. Industry. Oh no. I still think like one of the worst parts is people defending that shit. People defending CD Projekt Red for putting out a broken mess that they knew was broken. People defending Nintendo for charging you a premium for an emulator that doesn't work properly. I don't get people like that. Feel that complaining. It's like we never left. I don't know. Is it such a bad thing to expect quality for the things you have to pay for? I mean, we go on with the topic of emulators and stuff, and we can start to argue, like, should we expect the same level of quality from official emulators that we have to pay for as we get from fan-made emulators that are free? Like, should we expect the same quality? And I don't know. On the one hand, you could argue that Nintendo should be way better than their fans at this, and especially if you're having to pay for it. I don't know, I've asked that question now. I feel like I might have had an argument, but like, think about that question, it's just like, I feel like we should expect them to be better. Because you can't turn around and tell me that Nintendo with their resources don't have more that they can work with than somebody working alone to make this kind of thing. Like, you can't turn around and tell me, like, okay, Sony puts out PlayStation Plus Premium, or whatever the tier is that gets you access to PlayStation games, and then you can't turn around and tell me that that shouldn't be as good as DuckStation. It's like, yeah, one guy makes DuckStation, and it's free, and it's there. And then Sony makes their own emulator. And it's not as good, but you have to pay for the not as good. It's like, how is that justifiable? I see you've written a reply there, Teak, and I'm sure it's got a good point in it. I'll get to it when I get to the ship, because I've had a bit of time there. We're not far off. Oh, wait. Incumbent on you to manage your expectations according to prior experience. I get the whole thing of, like, not wanting to include save states, If it's not good, don't buy it, and I won't. But then there's also got to be the question of, should you expect better? Is it wrong of you to expect better? Like, there's a YouTuber I quite like called Neryl, who's done a bunch of videos on this kind of topic, and like talking about stuff like Switch Online in particular, and like the big new feature that Switch Online has that hasn't been in an official Nintendo emulator before is Rewind. And it's like, oh yeah, that's really great. It's a feature that was available in Z-SNES 20 years ago. So, like, that's interesting response to. And you know how I feel about that. I've been saying for a while, Sonic Team just do not put out good stuff. Even though, like, there's no good reason why they shouldn't be putting out good stuff. They should have the time, they should have the money. They should have the talent, and if they don't, why don't they? It's an interesting consideration to write out, and we can write it off. Because we'll play fan-made emulators, and we'll be fine with it. But the average gamer, it can be a lot outside them. Like, I've been using emulators for a long time, and there's still plenty of times now where I'm like, why isn't this working? Like, sometimes the old BIOS file still is a pain to do. Like getting the Sega CD running the way it should. Like I said, I've been doing it for years. And so, just the average gamer who wants to just play games, and the advantage of paid emulators that you get from Nintendo and Sony or whatever is that they just work. It's all set up for you and they just work. But should that be enough? I mean, you can argue the difference there between console and PC. Like, consoles just work. PCs can require a lot of setup. That itself opens up a whole other can of worms. I feel like we shouldn't just accept what's good enough when we know that could be better. Now, you're right, nobody with an interesting game is lacking quality games. But on the opposite side, like, what about people who want to play the older games? Who don't have the experience in emulation, who know how to do any of that stuff, who don't have the option of going out and buying a PS2 and setting it up and hooking up to the TV, and then paying for the games, because the games have jumped up in price, because they're now collector's items. Like, PS2 can be an awkward one. Like, PlayStation. You want to play Metal Gear Solid 1? Currently the only Unless you have a PC, because Konami put it on GOG recently, didn't they? Give it a second, I want to focus on this. At this point, it would have been quicker just going to the room on that out. Like Metal Gear Solid. You want to play Metal Gear Solid 1? PS3. You own a PS3. And you buy it digitally. Best way. Simplest way. Now you're just being a little facetious too. Like, you know the people are there, you know it's not always simple. And looking on forums for answers is often not as simple as just finding an answer. All I'm saying is, like, maybe companies should be a little better about this. Maybe they should be doing more than just the minimum. He's got a point there. And with the move into Discords, like, a lot of Discords are easy enough to join and get into these days, but it's very easy to make a sector. And that could start happening. And I feel like Sony was on the way there with the PS2 classics on PS4. Kind of. It's like, here's PS2 games running well at 1080p. With trophy support notwithstanding, but like, still. And like, they could do that with PS1 games. Here's PS1 games running at 1080p. In fact, okay, let's take this all away from where we're currently at with this, and let's go back to a basic feature. Why doesn't Switch Online give you the option to remap controls? Basic emulator feature Nintendo has decided you don't need in a paid emulator, which you have to subscribe for, so it should at least be like comparable to something. The missile. Oh, sorry, Teak, I missed that. The missiles we've got now are super missiles. We get regular missiles, then you get super missiles, then you get ice missiles. We're currently on ice missiles. The next upgrade we'll get is the fusion missiles, and those will be the last ones. But missiles are good in this game. One of the reasons I'll go out of my way to get as many missile tanks as I do is because just unloading them on enemies is great. Fantastic, absolutely love it. It can make fast work of a lot of enemies. Alright, thanks for joining us, mate. You take care of yourself. We'll catch you next time. The Nintendo with not letting you remap controls, which with Super Nintendo, okay, it's not so bad with Super Nintendo because the diamond layout is just a standard layout now in games. The face buttons. With NES, it's kind of irritating. A is A and B is B, despite them being in completely different areas than they were on the NES. So you've got to crane your hand sideways, and that's something they've done since at least the 3DS. I hated having to do that on the 3DS with NES games. But the Wii U let you, when you bought Virtual Console games on Wii U, you could remap the controls. And then it gets worse with the N64 stuff, you can't remap the controls on N64. When it's one of the most vital options of an N64 emulator. I've been playing a bunch of Castlevania 64 lately on my Odeon Pro, and mapping some of those C buttons to regular buttons rather than the analog stick has been a really good idea. Was C right is pick stuff up, C left is use your secondary weapon, C up is change camera, C down is I think throw your sub weapon. It's okay, so I've mapped C left to A, I've mapped C right to X, and I've mapped C down to L2. I was you know what? That works. It works fantastically. With Ocarina of Time, I mapped the C buttons to the D-pad because the D-pad isn't used for anything. It's having that option there, especially in N64, is essential. But they don't give it to you. From what I heard, I think I heard the thing with N64 is each game has its own preset mapping on the on the Switch Online. And that doesn't work for everything anyway. Alright, so we're getting close to the back end of this, which is good. Yeah, I'll go for this one. Unnecessary, but I'll go for it. I'm at the point now where I could just stop getting missile expansions. I think for the most part I'm probably going to do that. Missile expansions added left. I think it might. The one coming up is a power bomb expansion. I don't need anything about it. There's an energy tank left to go. No, like, worth a thought, because I could cut down some of my time by not getting some of this unnecessary stuff. Because, like, I have enough power bombs for the rest of the game. Yep. Another energy tank is not a bad idea. I want to get caught off guard with that really. Once we deal with Ridley, though, we should be all clear. It's been a while since the SAX gave me trouble. I can leave the one down there, that's not an issue. No, I didn't get to check out. I was there for the start of Prime 3. I didn't get to check out like any of the rest of it because I haven't had a Saturday off in over a month. I'm glad you enjoyed it though, T. I've still never finished Prime 3. I know people have their issues with Prime 2. And like, they're understandable. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoy Prime 3. I enjoy Prime 2. There's quite a bit I enjoy about Prime 2. I feel like for the most part Prime 2's bosses don't get as tedious as Prime 1. Because like I've said before, like Prime is a fantastic game for about 75% of it, and then the back end of it, I just don't enjoy. Like probably beginning with the second trip into the Phasor Mines when you're going down there to take on the Omega Pirate. I don't like the Omega Pirate fight. I think it's tedious. I don't like finding the last of the artifacts. I think it's tedious. I don't like the meta Ridley fight. I think it's the worst Ridley fight in the series. One of the things I quite like about the Ridley fight in Super, Fusion, and Zero Mission is there's no gimmicks. It's just straight out at each other until one of you is dead. And Prime changed that. Prime has mechanics in its Ridley fight, and I don't like them. And I don't think they're interesting mechanics. Like the Meta Ridley fight you have in the opening of Prime 3 is at least fun and interesting. I don't think that's true of the Meta Ridley fight in Prime 1. And As for Metroid Prime itself, I just think that's kind of a boring fight. I know people dislike a lot of the bosses in Prime 2, but I don't think they're ever really boring. Except maybe Chaika. Chaika's not. I like Dark Samus as a foil. I think it's kind of neat. And 2 bosses were annoying. Yeah, that's fair. Prime 3 had better encounters. Yeah.
Warning, no entry.
Prime 1 bosses.
Warning, no entry without authorization.
Really, actually
Warning,
quite.
no entry without authorization. Warning.
Parasite Doom's kind of dull. The Hive mech is boring. And just like a lot of them are mechanic based. And like not good mechanics. Flamethrower machine that shoots fire at the wasp hive. Lagra's just doing more. The adult she-goths are pretty possible in that boss. Yeah, you might be right too. Maybe I like the Prime 2 bosses more because there's less standing around. I've definitely gotten better at this fight. This fight used to take so long. Like, it wasn't difficult, but it was so tedious. But now, like, I feel like I've gotten the specific spot down to just wait to be able to hit it and then unload missiles in it in a very specific spot. The missile tank in the room to the right, we're going to leave it.
Warning, no entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization. Warning,
I mean, I've said before,
no
like,
entry without
I'm not fond of
authorization.
bosses where you're just waiting to be able to attack them.
Warning, no
Which is
entry
true of like a
without
lot of Prime
authorization.
bosses, thinking about it.
Warning.
Yeah, maybe I'm misremembering Prime too. Maybe I'm misremembering
60
Prime.
seconds to isolation lockdown.
I went through Prime not long ago though. I went through Prime last year.
50
I should do Prime 2 on stream. I think I'm gonna do that on GameCube though, rather than Wii. Because I did Prime on Wii. And like the controls are better. I'm never gonna argue that the controls are fantastic. It's not comfortable for playing for a long period of time. I should not have done Prime on the Wii in a single session. That was not comfortable. I should make sure to, like, if I'm playing a game on the Wii with the Wiimote pointer, I should make sure to have, like, a time limit for how long I'm going to stream for. Because it gets to be physically painful. Like, Resident Evil Dark Side Chronicles had the same problem. Of like, I played that in one... I did one session of that. From the start to the end of the Code Veronica part. End of the Code Veronica sequence, and that was like 6 hours. And it physically hurt. What time are we on? 12 past 8. Bad. Doing well. Doing well. Item here that I'm gonna get because it's an energy tank. The trick with these gold space pirates is you have to hit them in the back. And I want you to remember this too, because it'll make this fight easier for you when you get to this. You're supposed to hit them in the back. But the way the game registers that is it checks to make sure you're facing the same way. So if you shoot them and quickly turn around, it counts. And it makes it so much less of an issue to deal with. Ridley. So, the reason I died last time to Ridley, last time I got this far on stream, is specifically because you don't want to do this fight with missiles, you want to do it with charge reload. Missiles will not do enough damage fast enough. There you go. I guess that's like the only advice I'm going to give you with this one too. The rest of it you can probably figure out yourself, but it'll save you some trouble with it. I don't know why missiles are just so ineffective on Ridley. But yeah, gold space pirates, you have to kill them to get through that room, just like turn around. Missile tank in the bottom right and the top left, we'll leave those. Missiles. I don't think I'm going to use any of those. I'm going to use Charge Beam on the last two bosses. The Core X actually. That requires missiles, but that's going to be it. Yeah, barring any unforeseen issues, we should be done. I could probably move the camera a little further out here. Might be worth experimenting with. It's like, you know, just looking at the side of my head. Does that look fine from there? Oh, I'm looking at the screen here, does that look fine? I don't know, it looks kind of similar to the way you do your setup, Teague. Like the way you're facing. It might be a little more towards the camera. I don't know, it's probably fine, I'm probably overthinking it. Alright. Finish this off. Still can't believe we killed that planet in Metroid Dread. Like, that wasn't even blowing up a planet. Like, releasing the X-Parasites killed everything on the planet. Like, that was... I feel like we've gone through this really quickly. I look forward to doing Dread again. Really do. It's like I was thinking about it with mecha-chrono. It's like, okay. So the idea is like we do one of those every year, just a marathon of Metroidvania. But we should have a Castlevania and a Metroid in there. And it's like I've done Fusion often enough lately that it shouldn't be Fusion. But it's like, what should it be? Because I don't want to spend the time on Metroid Prime 2 in the middle of a marathon. I feel like that'd bog down the pacing. Metroid 2 maybe? I could learn to do Super. I've already done Zero Mission a few times on the channel anyway. It's like, what if I just do Dread again? It's like, you know what, I'm down to play Dread again. Yeah, we'll be doing like Dread. Like the Metroid game of mecha-chrono. I'm down to do that again, that'd be fun. Yes. So if you finished line 3, puts you, your next game's gonna be Super. No, your next game's gonna be 2, isn't it? You were doing Samus Returns. I saw you doing something like that. What the hell am I talking about? I feel like she's not cooperating with me today. There we go. Oh, is that Lino? Lino, my boy. Appreciate you popping in, man. It's good to see you. Yeah, I appreciate the lurk. Ah, shit. Pause and stop the timer. Yeah. I think that's the second time that's happened to me. You have to see it die on screen. I think that's only the second time I've had to go back to see it die.
Propulsion sequence activated. Destination.
I like Ridley's theme. I like this version of Ridley's theme. Other N had a really good version of Ridley's theme. Like, you guys know me, I'm not gonna make out that any game is irredeemable. Borderlands. Other M had some decent music, and its rendition of Ridley's theme is good. Get out of it. It is. Oh no. You bastard.
To destination.
Let's do this. That was a very cooperative fight. And I'm in the position that I need to be in to just immediately end. But no, time. There we go, we beat Metroid Fusion on stream again. All is right with the world. There we go. Good times. Oh, that reminds me, we missed the 3-year anniversary of the stream last month, May 9th. was the 3-year anniversary of the stream. Like, official launch of the stream. Been doing this for 3 years. And, like, look how far we've come. Like, from the way we started, where it was, like, a really basic setup. And I was streaming this directly off the Elgato software and trying to get, like, a chat visible on screen for the archive. Like, I know it's like layouts and stuff, and a community. Like, a community of fantastic people. Without whom, like, I wouldn't really be doing this. Because, like, I always say, like, you gotta stream for your own reasons. Put that down. You gotta stream for your own reasons, find your own want to stream and do your own thing. And I do. I stream for myself, I stream to play games that I might not otherwise play, to give myself the focus for it. But there is very much the point of, like, without you guys I probably wouldn't still be doing this. And so I just really appreciate you guys sticking with me all this time. I mean, it does mean a lot. Thank you. I have not heard that song in a long time, Teak. I'd have to get the lyrics up for that. Let's see what the time was first. Welcome back, Clem. $114 again. I think 114 is my current best. I could have done better. There were mistakes I made. I could probably stop going out my way for items after a certain point that aren't energy tanks. Is this too bright? Yeah, it's probably. Is it? Metroid Fusion, once again. Let me see this. So it's been a long time since I've heard this song. Every time we lie awake, after every hit we take, every feeling that I get, but I haven't missed you yet. Every roommate kept awake, By every sigh and scream we make, all the feelings that I get, but I still don't miss you yet. Only when I stop to think about it, I hate everything about you. Why do I love you? I hate everything about you. Why do I love you? That's probably enough. Yeah. That's enough of that. There you go, never ask me for anything again. Switch to this one. I don't have a theme song for anything else at the minute. But yeah, Metroid Fusion, done. I can probably do like one other thing. There's the chat for this. Yeah, what the hell, we'll have like the rough layout for the rest of the stream. I like this idea of rather than like the thumbnails being the box art, the thumbnails being part like images from the game, screenshots of the game. I like that. Oh yeah, Power Slave. One day I'm actually gonna do this. Yeah, Leone. Let me change this. That's the wrong button. Where is... Damn. Two. Oh, right. As you want. Retro. There we go.
Resident Evil 2.
We can play this for a bit. How you doing, Clem? I don't have a layout set up for this, and I don't feel like making one on the fly.
Outskirts of an American suburb called Raccoon City. It was later
So you get in the widescreen like on a 4x3 game. Without the green screen, because I don't have a green screen set up, and the way like, this whole thing is angled, I don't think I could.
For use in bioweapon experiments.
Parasite Eve will be its own stream. Like,
the Raccoon City Police
I'll do Parasite Eve at some point.
Immediately began investigation. The case was apparently closed, thanks to the efforts of STARS members Chris Redfield and Jill Valentine. But the Umbrella Corporation's experiments were far from finished.
Is that on the list? I put Parasite Eve on the list. We got 6 people in the chat all of a sudden, or 6 people watching all of a sudden. Kids are insane. Kids are insane. I don't have any. Parasite Eve is not on the list at the minute. It's not on the schedule.
What we got here?
Xenogears. Xenogears is on the schedule. That's the power.
Guy's a maniac.
You'd think with how often I've done Resident Evil 2, I'd have just like as formats, like a layout set up for it. But like, I did a lot of RE2 and 3 streaming earlier on in my streaming days, and I just don't play it as much anymore.
What are these things?
Just play through it again. I'll get to it. I really will.
Don't move.
Like, I feel like, you know, while these cutscenes are happening, I'm gonna look through the schedule again. Because I feel like a lot of the stuff we've got there is interesting enough. Like, Resonance of Fate, absolutely.
What's up with that guy? That was a clean
Crisis Core, Lost Odyssey I want to do. Pandora's Tower fascinates me. Etrian Odyssey Untold, I would love to do that on stream. Absolutely would.
Wait! Don't shoot!
Xenogears, after that, like... who knows?
We can't stay out here. Head to the police station. It'll be a lot safer.
Yeah, I can believe that, Seek. But then you've got so many layouts just cell-ready. I have 3. At the minute I have widescreen. The one I was using, I have widescreen and 4x3. And a second 4x3 one. And I'll just edit those because I don't tend to do
What's going on?
like
I ride
one-off
the
streams
cat.
like this out of nowhere
This went insane.
as much.
You're a cop, right?
Zeke's layouts are very
Stay
good.
on the job.
Like,
Great.
really good.
Name's Leon Kennedy.
Puts a lot of effort into them.
Mine's Claire. Claire Redfield.
Give Zeke a shout out, Zeke's cool
Find my
people.
brother, Chris.
Hey, could you open the glove box?
Sure.
Yoshi, you're playing Yoshi's Island.
Better take it with you.
Is that for your backlog Thursdays? Here's a fun fact for you. I've never beaten Yoshi's Island, and the only Yoshi's Island game I have beaten was Yoshi's Island DX. It is Thursday, yeah. Thanks for shouting Seek out, Clem. Shout yourself out as well. God, I did not enjoy Yoshi's Island DX. I don't know why I finished it, I didn't think it was very good.
Claire!
Leon!
I'm okay. Head
It's
to the
one of the
station.
weird
I'll meet
things.
you there.
Okay.
Like, there's been enough Yoshi games over the years, and I just never had any of them growing up. I didn't have Yoshi's Island, I didn't have Yoshi's Story. I didn't have Yoshi's Island on GBA. But then I don't think I had any of the Mario games on GBA. So, you know, there's that.
Freeze!
Clem, actually shout yourself out, come on.
What are you doing here?
Hold your fire! I'm a human!
Sorry about that, babe.
Sorry about
I
that.
thought you were one of them.
I thought you were one of them.
What's going on in this town?
Hold on.
Hold on.
I don't have a
I ain't
clue.
got no clue, darling.
By the time I noticed something was wrong, the entire city was infested with zombies.
Alright. I think what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna do the standard thing I do of like not picking up anything on the way to the police station but I'm not gonna get the special key. Because, like, every playthrough I do of this, I grab the special key. God damn it, break out. There we go. I grab the special key and I get the alternate costumes. And we're at the point now where I've done more playthroughs of this game with the alternate costumes than I have with the regular. Ow! God. Okay, we only took one bite, which I was willing to accept anyway. Just that one guy getting up, like... Why? Why would you do this to me? Yeah. I've only used 6 bullets on the way to the police station. That is a strangely low number. Ah, damn it. Usually more of that. The guys that the basketball court fell down really quickly. That was 2 shots each for them. But yeah, I play this game so often, like, with the costumes, that I'm gonna just not this time. So we'll get to see Bandaged Leon, which will be nice. Okay. I know where to go, I've done this game enough times, god damn it.
Oh, man.
You just see the file on the desk and it won't let you get it.
Oh, you must be the new guy. Leon. Sorry, but it looks like your party has been cancelled.
What happened?
About 2 months ago, there was this incident involving zombies.
Tested with
In a
zombies.
mansion located in the outskirts of
Guy's
the
a
city.
maniac. Why'd he bite me?
And the other STARS members discovered that Umbrella was behind everything. They risked their lives to reveal the truth.
Oh yeah, return
No
on the
one
camera as well.
believed them. Not long after
They said it was
that,
going to be coming back when we come back to
all
streaming,
this
and
started
here
to
it is.
happen.
So
Hang
that's
in there.
nice.
Don't worry about me. Just rescue the survivors in the other rooms.
Because we hadn't been using the camera for a bit.
Here, take this key card.
But like,
You should
here it
be
is
able
now.
to unlock the doors in the hall with this. Now go. But
Yeah, here it is.
just go.
Fine.
Look at me. Here
But
I
I'm coming
am.
back for you.
Uncle Mo.
Just
Thank
hold
you, man.
on.
They sing boo or boo earns. Crystal clear too. I'm glad. I'm glad it's crystal clear. Remember to turn off the autofocus when we started up, because that was always the issue. Seven bullets to get to the police station. That's crazy. Yeah, going forward, I think we're going to be keeping the camera. The green screen, I don't think will make a return. which isn't an issue for 4x3 games, but I always feel... I know other people don't really care when they stream widescreen games and like having the camera over the game. It always kind of bothers me when I do it, like the idea of doing it. I don't know. Nice, it was close enough. I was a little worried there that wasn't close enough. Am I at the point where I should be playing this in Japanese now? Yeah, I've got a frame. We had the frame active over the Metroid layout, the 4x3, which I'm definitely going to be bringing back into the widescreen. It definitely looks better that way. Yeah, even when I was using the green screen, I try and position the camera so that, like, position the actual picture so that it wasn't blocking anything. It's why sometimes I'd be on the left of the screen, sometimes I'd be on the right. It's like with Code Vein, when I was doing Code Vein, I was on the right hand of the screen for that one, because the left hand was the health. The right hand was like the attacks and abilities and stuff, and I feel like that was less important than the health. Alien Isolation was a little awkward because like bottom left and bottom right were both kind of essential. So I moved up to like the top right and it just felt weird. I don't know. But being in a frame makes that less awkward, I think, if I move up to like the top corners. And it's something I'll have to work on as we go forward. Fuck off, you. Unicorn medal. Shotgun. I got a shotgun. I did not dump the knife in the box.
Leon!
It's good to see you're still among the living. It looks like we're not gonna find your brother here after all. There's no reason for us to stay any longer than necessary. Let's split up, look for any survivors, and get out of here.
Right.
One last thing. Here's a radio. Take it.
Yeah, that'll be something to consider going forward
That way
anyway.
we can keep in touch if anything happens.
For the most part, because I'm just into playing older games anyway, it's not going to be much of a huge issue. I was thinking about all the games we're doing and we're coming up. Spider-Man 2. I know what a radio is, Leon. Spider-Man 2 is 4x3, so it's not an issue. I think Legacy Kane Defiance might have a widescreen mode, but I can easily just ignore that. Keep it in 4x3. Dead Space is 16x9, so gotta deal with that. But like most of the games we're going for are 4x3, just because of the nature of the stuff I play. So it shouldn't be a huge issue. I know what a radio is, Leon. Eat it. Yeah, bitch. Yatta! I really need to just stop off at that box. Carrying a bunch of stuff that I don't need. I love the original. I love the way the original Devil May Cry is set out. Like how it's basically so obviously a Resident Evil game. Because I love all this description stuff and puzzles with weird poems to them. I love that stuff, and I love that Devil May Cry 1 still has that. To an extent, Devil May Cry 3 has it, but like way less so. Gonna throw you up here. You guys can go here. Out the shotgun. Yeah. Like Devil May Cry 1's a class act. It's got its roughness, but I don't know, the actual Resident Evil parts of it are something I really like. Especially as those Resident Evil parts became less prevalent in Resident Evil. Yeah. Not gonna need that crank for 30 minutes. Start the countdown. Ah, crap. Get used to this as well, like there's gonna be a lot. Now that I've got like a chair to do this in, there's gonna be a lot of turning. Just, it's gonna happen, you can't stop it. I hope I brought enough ammo. I did bring enough ammo. It's all good. There's a lot of zombies here in Leon's campaign. Remember to do that later. I hope I remember to do that later. Get the chess piece in there. Should I have more ammo? I've been missing ammo. I'm gonna have to kill those zombies when I come back. Definitely prefer it in Claire's scenario where they despawn. Despawn after you put the fire out on the helicopter. Get round this one. Ah, criminy. Ah, criminy. Oh, that was embarrassing. Worry about it. It's all good. It's between you and me. Alright. So the good news is, like doing Metroid Fusion today, like we've got that done. And like I've beaten it on stream again, so like we can cross that off. Which means once we finish Dead Space, the next non-RPG we'll be doing will be Resident Evil Village. That'll be good. Be your first playthrough. Not played that before. Look forward to that. Dead Space is fun. Like, going back to Dead Space, like, the atmosphere for Dead Space is really good. Yeah, the atmosphere for Dead Space is really strong. They did a really good job with it. And the sound design. Like, we talk about the Resident Evil 4 remake feeling unnecessary. The Dead Space remake. Like... That's a remake I keep forgetting is actually happening. Diamond key. Just, it's like Dead Space still holds up, like absolutely does. Yeah, RE4 really doesn't need a remake. Code Veronica, I would have been down for a Code Veronica remake. RE4 does not need it. And like, something probably should have been saved for till the stream. Like, my thought when I was like watching the trailer for that was like, oh, so RE4, they're making RE4 a horror now? Because like, RE4 has moments, but RE4 is not a horror game. And I suppose the idea is interesting, less a remake, more a reimagining of what RE4 would be like if it was scary. But it doesn't need it. Never did. RE4 like still holds up. Even visually. Like the gameplay absolutely holds up. It's stiff, but the game is designed around that. Like absolutely designed around that. But like visually, RE4 looks fine. I'm still alive. This was a triumph. I'm making a note here. Success. There. Grab this one. Yeah, I'm gonna get RE4 remake. Wait too long for that. God damn it. Yeah, I appreciate that chance. Thank you. Give us a good shower. Like, I'll get RE4 remake, and like, I'll probably stream it. If I'm still streaming, I can't imagine why I can't imagine that I'll quit streaming. The only way I'll quit stream is probably if I'm dead. So I can't imagine why I wouldn't stream RE4 make. I'm glad that went so smoothly. Well, I don't know if I'll buy it at launch to seek. I think that's really going to be the question. Is it going to be a launch purchase, or is it going to be I'll grab it at some point later? Because I didn't buy RE Village at launch. I waited for that. I got that from work for like £20. I was not buying that at launch, I didn't care. Still not have Village, that's fair enough. The only reason I do have Village is because, like, we got it in at work and I taught the manager to let me have it for 20 quid. Which, like, I can't complain about. I wouldn't have bought it if not for that. Awesome. Let me just check you. Yeah. Yeah, and ultimately the main reason why I didn't wait even longer to get Village is because I'd like to stream it. I think it could be a fun stream. Yeah. I say, if I wasn't gonna stream it, I would have left it longer. I think it'd be fun to stream. You're right, there are so many other things to stream. And with any luck, I'll get to them. Or another dog? Yeah, there is. That's not too bad. If R89 looks neat. Yeah, it's fair enough. If you're done with the series, you're done with the series.
Sorry about that. When I saw the uniform, I thought you were another zombie.
Who are you?
Ada Wong.
It's like if they did a new Silent Hill
And
game,
what are you
like
doing
everybody
here?
keeps going on about.
I'm looking for some guy.
It would have to be something really
He's one
impressive
of
to
those
get me to
reporter
buy
types.
another Silent Hill
Always
game.
looking for a scoop.
I feel like Silent Hill
I
should be
heard he was
dead.
locked up in the cell block. Only there's a wrecked car barring the entrance. I've been
Oh
trying
yeah,
to find
if
another
you
way
haven't, check out
inside.
the schedule for Halloween. We're on June, it is currently
If we
4
work
months away.
together, we can move this thing.
Not that
Give me a
far.
hand here, will you?
We'll be beginning it with Silent Hill 4 The Room. One of those reporter types.
Ada,
wait!
wait!
I don't remember where we parked. Yeah, like I say, I'm gonna stream it. I think it'll be fun to stream. Hopefully.
Let me guess. You must be Ben, right? Get up.
Yeah, what
now.
keeps you from playing Silent Hill, Clem?
What do you want?
I mean,
I'm
it's
trying to
probably
sleep here.
hard enough for you to do 2 and 3. You'd have to emulate PS2 or
Is this
get the
the guy?
HD collection on Xbox, which I don't
Ben?
recommend.
You told the city officials
Oh,
that
yeah,
you
fuck
knew
I bought it on there.
about what's been going on.
I keep,
didn't you?
like, flip-flopping on
tell
whether or
them?
not
And who the heck are you?
instantly
I'm
hates
trying
Ben.
to find my boyfriend. His
I
name
keep
is
flip-flopping
John.
on whether or
He's
not I'm
working for
gonna
a
do
branch
Silent Hill
of
2
Umbrella
again
based
on the
in
HD
Chicago,
collection.
But he suddenly disappeared 6 months ago.
I wouldn't mind doing 2 again.
I heard a
Blind.
rumor that he's here in
Flip-flopping
the
on whether
city.
or not I'll do the original again or the
I don't
HD
know
version.
anything. And
Just to
even if
point
I
out
did,
how bad
why
the
would I
HD
wanna tell
version is.
you?
The way I think of it
say
with
we leave
with
him
Leon,
there. Does anyone know
like,
where they
Ben's
put the key to
locked
this
up.
cell?
as far as
I have
yeah,
it
as
right
far
here,
as Leon
officer.
knows, he's in there for a
But I'm
reason.
not about to leave this cell. Those zombies aren't the only things crawling around out there.
What was that?
Like I said, I'm not leaving this cell. Get out of
Silent
here
Hill is
before you
stiff.
lead it
Like,
right to
definitely
me.
give it that.
Hey, I'm not going anywhere. I'm the
Um,
only cop left alive in this building.
What? Look,
Silent
if you
Hill
wanna
1.
live, then you're gonna have to leave with me. But do you even know how to get
Probably
out
a
of the city?
little more
There's a kennel in
stiff
the back
than
of the building.
RE1.
Inside the kennel is a manhole.
My recommendation,
Go
you
through
want
and
to
it'll
try
lead to the
that, just
sewer
put it on
entrance,
easy.
but
Like,
it
there's
won't
no
be
shame
easy.
in that shit.
All
Silent
right,
Hill
I'm going.
2 control styles, tank controls, and a 3D control style that doesn't adhere to the fixed camera angles and or anything, which I think is worse, but you might prefer. Grab those fucking bullets. Like with Silent Hill, the main thing I would recommend is just put the combat difficulty down to easy. Mostly because, like, it doesn't play well. And people will tell you that's kind of the point. And it's like, cool, but that doesn't make it play any better. Like, I don't know, throw it on easy. The Silent Hill 2, like, gives you the option of combat difficulty and puzzle difficulty. Riddle difficulty, call it. I'd say leave riddle difficulty on normal, put combat difficulty down to easy. Same with 3, because, like, when I did the Silent Hill games for Halloween, not last year, the year before, like, I did 2 and I enjoyed it enough. I was like, you know, I want to do 3 now, but to understand 3, we've got to do 1, so I did 1 then 3. And by the time we got to 3, I was like, let's put it on normal.
I don't think I've introduced myself yet. My name's Leon. I'm with the RPD.
Crap it a bit. And that was a mistake.
It's a dead end.
You think
I don't think Silent Hill is scary
Give me a
in
boost.
that
I'll go and
sense.
check.
Like, especially Silent Hill 1, I'll definitely admit, is, especially when you're out in the town, is kind of tedious. Kind of aimless wandering, which I think 2 does better. But I think 2 gives you a better idea of, like, the environment than 1 does. Silent Hill 1, I think, is more horrifying in some aspects. I think its atmosphere definitely holds up. Like, walking down the alley, like, right at the start of the game, you got your headphones on, you can hear the ambience of the whole thing. I think that works fantastically. The way the camera shifts throughout that sequence as you're running down the alley, so much of that is fantastically set up, I think. But beyond that, I think it is probably mostly tedious. Worth experiencing, I wouldn't say so much worth replaying. Silent Hill 2, I think, works better. And again, it is a little stiff, but I think it's not as stiff as the first game. I do think it works better that way. But maybe I'm just used to this kind of thing. Maybe I'm used to stiff controls. Higher tolerance for it, maybe, I don't know. I do spend a lot of my time playing the old shit. I do get what you're saying. Like, people will argue, it's like, oh yeah, no, James and Harry. Everyone really says about Heather, but oh yeah, like they have a hard time shooting because they're not trained and stuff, and that's why the combat's slow, even with the melee weapons.
Ada, did you find anything?
It's like, that's all well and good, but it doesn't make it any better to play.
Think fast.
I think the best thing you can do with the Silent Hill games is make them less offensive to play. If you get what I mean?
Hey, I can't reach.
There's like, there's good stuff there, there's good ideas there, good concepts.
I'll catch up with you later.
What?
And like I said,
Ada,
the first
wait!
3 are definitely worth experiencing. But like, do what you can to make them less painful. Which would be, for me, like putting it down to easy. Absolutely. Never feel any shame for that. Really just numbers. There's the thing of, I want that red herb. Yeah, I can kind of see where you're coming at with that, too. Some stuff just works better for you than other stuff, and some people can be really into it, some people won't be. And the example I want to bring up is, like, Ninja's going through Dragon Age Origins at the minute. And Dragon Age Origins is a game that I like. But every time I play it, and I suggested this to Ninja when he was talking about doing it himself, I'm like, difficulty? Doubt a casual, because I do not jive with that combat at all. Replaced with liquors here? Yes, they are. Shit. I knew they were going to be replaced with liquors, that's why I didn't kill the dogs. Fair enough. I say, I do not jive with Dragon Age Origins combat. And then 2's combat is just really tedious. Because they super simplified it. The problem with that there is, it does not matter what difficulty you put that on, it's always going to be boring. So you've got to just not play it for the combat. Play it for the role-playing. There's a keyboard command that kills everything. Okay, I didn't do that. I wasn't playing on PC. If I was, the problem would have been a playthrough where I would have just started doing that. I'll definitely admit that. Shamelessly. And this way. Drop off some of this stuff, pick up the shotgun, because there is a liquor in the press room. I know some people will be into Dragon Age Origins tactical combat, it's real-time tactical stuff. I'm not. Happily not deal. So we can go straight up. Alright. Think I know what I'm doing. Oh, it should be another guy. Alright. Ready to get ready for the liquor scare. Good work. Club key. Ah, shit. What have I missed? I didn't I dump that door outside there? The other side of the interrogation room? Nobody here? Nobody here. Two, three, 1. 23 is number 1. Weird that this room is just empty. Like it. Is that the other door? That'd be right. Shit. It's the morgue. God damn it. Open the morgue so I don't get to throw the key away. I had to make a stop at the box again. Really hoping to avoid that. Oh well. Definitely grab you. Hey. I'll replace this with a handgun. There isn't a liquor on the landing for Leon, is there? Try to... Issue with... Not this landing. Issue with RE2. Trying to balance the 4 scenarios in your head. Remember what appears where and when. And whether or not it's in the specific version you're playing. Like playing all 4 console versions of RE4 makes that worse. Because there are specific enemies, it's mostly zombies, but there are enemies that just will not appear in specific locations in specific versions. Like sometimes there are 2 zombies outside of Kendo's, sometimes there's 1. Sometimes there isn't any. No idea why. Alright, remember to get the piece in here and do the bookcase puzzle. Alright. I was a little unsure about that, I'll be honest with you. It's been long enough since I played it. Alright, so we'll dump the rank and the cog upstairs. Frees up 2 space. Just for Claire. One of these games, I'm going to go through this game and find the differences of every room between every version of every region again. Yeah, you said that before, and like, it's something I'd like to do, but I'm not going to have the patience to do it. I think if I was going to do it, I'd have to do it like with like an emulator setup. I'd want to do it as 4 emulators running at the same time, all accepting 1 controller input. Like, that'd be it. That'd be the way I'd want to do it. Also, just cut things down in time.
Get away!
I think that'd be interesting. I don't think I've ever noticed that Birkin just kind of slides out of frame there. Like, he doesn't leave. He just kind of slides out of the frame. Like, that was weird. Is that always like that?
Ben! Can you still hear me? Come on, answer!
Anything else?
Damn. I don't believe this.
Ice beam.
I almost got the story.
Ben.
Bitter irony. The chief of police, a co-conspirator. Get that scum. Make him pay.
Hang in there, Ben.
Hey, Magic. How you doing, buddy? Can we get Magic a shout out, please?
My chest! It's burning!
What's wrong?
Yeah, Birkin just kind of gets into the cell and then disappears, which is weird. Dark Side Chronicles does have a bit of, like, you hear Ben scream when you come down from the clock tower, and then
Good God, what
you
was
see
that?
Birkin go into the kennel area. Hail to the chief, baby.
Where are you
Thank you,
going,
Teak.
Ada?
To the chemical plant. I have a feeling that's where I'll find John.
But, like, no, in the specific shot, like, the eye opens up and then closes, and then Birkin just kind of slid out of the frame, which was weird.
Do you read me, Claire? We now have access to the back of the parking lot.
I don't think I've ever noticed that,
Getting out of here and
which
heading to the sewer.
is
Can you meet me there?
surprising. Something I should have noticed by now. 2 slots. Yeah, no problem, Magic. How you doing, buddy? I was Farming Simulator treating you. I saw that, like, you've been doing quite a bit of it. The game's lasting longer than I would have expected. But then, I guess a game like that doesn't really have an ending. The only simulator game like that I ever really got into was Euro Truck Simulator. Which was fun, in a mindless kind of way. I think as far as farming goes, I'm happy to stick with the way Stardew Valley does it. Alright. Done 7 shots, I think, or am I thinking of Birkin? In fact, actually, you. That is weird and frustrating. They're keeping you from streaming then, Magic? Issues with the broadband like that? Really just a chill game for us. It's good. Always appreciate a chill game. Okay. Excellent. Teak, did you not see me post that in the modding channel? And mention it earlier in this stream?
Ada!
That's what I was talking about earlier in the stream, Teak.
What was that all about?
That's what led to the emulation
Running off
talk.
like that was reckless and stupid. Those zombies are everywhere. Not to mention that thing that got Ben.
I was
I
there,
give-
Leon. I know.
Just a dude on his own
Look, Ada.
is doing that
as
kind of thing for
officer,
N64
my
emulation.
job to look out for you. But we're
And it's
not going to get through this
Gonna end up
alive
being a
if
free
we
thing
don't
because,
work
you know, how can it
together,
not be?
Okay?
Why should we be... meanwhile,
your way.
Nintendo, with their paid premium N64 emulator, introduced a game-breaking bug to one of their older games and has taken weeks to fix it on a service you're paying for. Alright, goes from 20 to 50. Yeah, it would be worrying. swap some stuff out. Handgun again. There we go. More shotgun ammo. Gonna need to dump both of these. Can't hold on to them. What's coming up?
Leon, that woman was... I have to talk to her.
Alright. When we get to this next cutscene, I can get a proper one. I could try and sneak a peek now. That is weird. I hate when tech doesn't work the way it's supposed to. And then, like, you look for an answer and you find an answer from something. And it's like, oh yeah, do this, cool. Can't do that, it will not let me do that. And then there's nothing else you can do to follow up on it. Absolutely hate that. Did I put the stuff back in the chest, or did I just ignore it?
You're the one who was with that cop, if I'm not mistaken. Identify yourself. Ada Wong. Ada Wong. I've heard that name before. Now I remember. One of the men from Chicago who came to assist the T-virus research used his girlfriend's name as his password. Ada and John, I believe. How did you know? Who are you?
He moved. Oh, it's like his new place. Finally got streaming setup going, which is nice.
John's dead. He became one of those zombies. My condolences.
I can be closer to the light here with my new setup. I have an actual chair, which thing.
I won't let anyone take the G-virus away from me. G-virus?
Because I remember getting this light to replace my old light, and it just... The position I had my old light in, this wasn't bright enough.
Then that must mean the creature in the police
Which was weird, because it
department
feels really bright.
Precisely.
But, yeah.
My husband, William. And it's
Beyond that, Gina, just keep it on, keep it on.
None of this would have happened if they hadn't tried to steal his
Put one foot in front of the other. There's the FMV. What about yourself, Magic? How you doing?
This way.
It's sheer perfection. My precious G-virus.
Guessing you finished your Elden Ring
take you away from me.
no upgrade challenge, I think it was.
There he is.
So you finally come.
Doctor, we're here to collect the G-virus sample.
Sorry, but I won't just hand over my life's work.
Stop. You might hit the sample. That's it, all right.
How's everybody
let's
doing?
Move out.
Everybody doing okay? Been a while since we streamed. Ever got anything new they want to share with the stream?
Hold on, darling. I'm taking care of that bullet wound first. Stay here.
Alpha team, have you retrieved the sample yet?
Affirmative. We'll be at the rendezvous.
I got my my Odin Pro.
Roger.
Really nice. Really nice emulation machine. I also got a Retro Pocket 2 Plus for like smaller emulation. There's much smaller device. Quite nice. They can do Dreamcast like really well,
What was that?
which is really nice. Like it can do RE2 and 3 on Dreamcast, which I know has been kind of an issue for some people.
What is this?
It's got a nice 480p screen. That's really nice. Stream Dreamcast, emulate Dreamcast and N64 really nicely at 480p on the go in a pocketable form factor. It's really nice. It's got a nice launcher to it as well, like a custom launcher that I've been setting up. Some of the box art for that isn't properly set, so I've been kind of on and off taking care of that. But it's nice.
So those rats were the carriers of the virus. As a result of his virus-induced transmutation.
That's fair enough then, Magic. I haven't played Elden Ring. I haven't probably looked into Elden Ring. I think it's only on PS5 and Xbox One, but I'm not entirely sure. But I don't know, I'm not desperate to dive into another Souls game. I think when I do, it'll be Bloodborne. It's what people were after. I had such a hard time getting into Bloodborne. It's on PC. I'm not going to have a PC capable of running it. I'm debating upgrading to a desktop. But I got some expenses that are going to be coming up after making that trip to America. In October, it's looking like. See some friends.
Ada?
Got a convention I'm going to in August. Not sure how much that'll cost. I can put them back. But yeah, I asked people on the Discord, like, would they rather see Nioh or Bloodborne, and people like Bloodborne. So when I get back to doing a Souls game, it's probably going to be Bloodborne. I say, I've had such a hard time getting into that. Real shame, because so much about it appeals to me. Like, faster combat than Dark Souls sounds really nice. I love Victorian aesthetic. Cthulhu-inspired mythos, absolutely. I've just never properly gotten into it. Being unable to decide which game is better isn't a bad thing, because it just means you've got two excellent games, which is always a really nice thing. Some people are always so desperate to be like, oh yeah, this game's better than this game. It's like, what if both games are just great? Like, Final Fantasy gets that a lot, like, oh, what's the best Final Fantasy? They're different enough that that's very much going to be down to personal taste. And so many of them are so good. can argue 7, and 7 is really good. 7 is definitely a favourite of mine. But like 9's really good, 10's really good, 5 is fantastic. Six is also very strong. Yeah. And I feel like rather than arguing which is best or not, just appreciating that there's so many really good ones is not a bad thing. Your luggage. Well, the 6, 9, 12, 13s, 15. Next one we're doing on this stream will be 6. Clem and I are gonna do that like we did 7. Clem doesn't like 6. I think 6 is really strong. So we're gonna have like a proper critical discussion on that, which will be fun. After that, probably 9, personally. Just like 9's really good.
I just found out. John's dead.
I was considering doing 10, but now it's like Clem played 10 and Clem played 10, so I'm like, I don't need to play 10 for a while.
Sooner the better.
I vicariously played 10 through Clem. Alright, good, I do actually have 2 spaces. I was like, oh shit. But, the ones I really recommend, I suppose, like, the ones I don't intend to stream. You know what, no, it's not even that. I did 13. I haven't finished 12 myself. But I tried doing it on PS2 years ago, and it was like, I do want to give it another go on the Zodiac Age version. I absolutely want to try that. 13. I streamed 13. And the stream was my second playthrough. And 13 has problems. Absolutely has problems. There are good ideas there. So many of them are marred by poor execution. Probably got up to 6 and 5. Like 8, 9, and 4 before it. Let me get back to that. That is a good kick. Is this going to be one of those playthroughs where Ada gets poisoned? So much hype and discussion about Kafka vs. Sephiroth. Right. Yeah, I can kind of understand that. Like, it was overhyped for you and you just didn't get it, and that led you to be overly negative about it. I've been the same way about a bunch of stuff. Like, you know me feeling like The Last of Us is overrated, and my opinions on Uncharted 4. Oh yeah, one of the best games on the PS4, and I'm like, no, it's mediocre at best. Kafka, I think Kafka's appealing because there's not a whole lot of villains like him, especially in Final Fantasy. But I think what helps Kefka is there are villains around him. I think Kefka wouldn't work as well without Emperor Gestal. There we go. I think, like, Sephiroth is a villain from the moment you meet him. From the moment you become truly aware of Sephiroth, Sephiroth is the main villain. Supersedes Shinra very early on. For a lot of it, Kefka's a henchman. And, like, twisting that around so he becomes the main villain, I think helps. It would probably be better if, like, none of us had been spoiled on that. But, like, what can you do? The game, as old as it is, as popular as it is. Really? Really gonna keep targeting someone else? I didn't finish The Last of Us. I didn't enjoy it a whole lot. It is a game I'm intending to do on stream. Like, to do properly on stream. So I can at least say, like, if I don't like it, at least I gave it the full chance. Yeah, I feel like there's like Clem not liking FF6. I think is interesting enough to be like, you know, that's worth playing FF6 for. And it's not like I'm a sycophant over FF6. It's not like defend it to my dying breath. You know me, I'll criticize everything. No game is perfect. And there are things I will criticize in FF6. Like the discussion. I think the discussion is going to be the best part. Like Clem's mentioned before, like, we did FF7 together. So I should do FF8. I did FF8. You can find the full archive of FF8 on my YouTube channel. We called Griever Buttman in celebration of Clem's FF7 stream, where he called Cloud Buttman, which I think might have been because I told him to call Cloud Buttman. Yeah, there you go. One of the clips on the channel. Just running up to the President Delling's podium. People of Galbadia, follow me. It was a good time. I am planning to go back to FF8 with Sina. His sign is a big fan of FF8. I think it's his favourite. He posted on the Discord like his wedding invitations were styled after FF8. Very into it. My opinion of FF8 comes and goes. I wasn't super into it when I streamed it. Yeah, back when Clem and I did FF7, I mentioned dislike of specific points of FF6. And we discussed them, and I think I changed his mind on a few of them he mentioned.
Ada!
Or like he saw where I was coming from with that.
Come on, snap out of it.
Like, mature critical discourse is a fun thing. Oh, Mir's back. Welcome back, Mir. Well, FF8... I like a lot of stuff about FF8. FF8's presentation is arguably still one of the best presentations Square's ever done. Like, FF9's a better game, its presentation does not match it. Absolutely not. Soundtrack is phenomenal. Like, its opening theme is so good. There we go. Force Your Way could be my favourite FF boss theme. Very possible. I had an issue like that with my Kingdom Hearts 1.5 HD on
die on me, Ada. Come on.
Of like the disc was damaged, like it wasn't great.
Come on.
Didn't affect the game until the ending cutscene of Kingdom Hearts 1. And like the cutscene would start and it would crash. To try to deal with that and then get past, I had to do the final boss fight with Ansem like 7 times. And that is a long, multi-phase fight. It's not fun.
Welcome back. Hey, take it easy. We're inside Umbrella's secret lab. I'll go find something to treat.
I remember
so just rest here in the meantime.
I remember dealing with that in the stream of FF8. I can't remember how I dealt with it, but I did deal with it.
I told you, it's my job to look after you.
But you'll be in danger if you stay with me. I know I've only known you for
I never played past Central Park.
But I really enjoyed
Yeah, I remember dealing with that in FF8, but I don't remember how.
I know.
This is like, okay, I'm not splitting all of my GFs between 6 people. So I had a preferred party.
I don't want to lose you.
We're leaving this place together. Wait here for me. I'll be right back.
But like, I don't like the fact Ultimisia's castle in FF8 is awkward. It's the best dungeon in the game, like undeniably. But I think they realise at that point that the game's just too broken. And so they try to balance it and make the castle a little more difficult by sealing your commands, and it's a gimmick. It's a gimmick to try and compensate for the fact that if you've made it this far, you've broken the game. And you're going to be decimating everything. And as soon as you get your abilities back, like you only need like 2 abilities back, As soon as you get those back, you're not having any trouble at all. Oh, is that the sequence at the end on the boat? Where if you go down like the wrong corridor you die? Because I was there for when you did that, Clem. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that might have been the solution I had for dealing with that on stream. No, don't answer the phone. Yuffie's gonna steal your materia. Alright, Clem, I will probably forget that by that point. I don't know when I'm getting the Parasite Eve. It's not gonna be in Halloween. Like, I considered Parasite Eve for Halloween, and I was like, I don't want to wait for a specific time to play Parasite Eve. I'll play it when I'm ready. Yeah, like, Ultimecia just wasn't a hard fight. I don't need one. I'll win there. This will take less time. Alright, thanks for joining us, Teague. Can we get a shout out for Teague, please? Teague's cool, people. Don't get eaten by G4. Yeah, G4 is like the only real threat of this game. But yeah, thanks for stopping by, Teague. You take care of yourself, man. Okay, do that. Reset. Next time. Thank you, Clem. Yeah, I don't. If I remember rightly, Ultimecia. Again, it's a gimmick fight. 2, 3, 4. Could have done that better. Could have just combined it with the shotgun. You need to save the 5 bullets. The fucking godly unable the goddamn thing. Yeah, that was... Shooting at the liquor, and Licker's like, what was that? That was good. It wouldn't have made any difference, Glenn. Really wouldn't. But yeah, Ultimecia, I don't remember Ultimecia really even being that hard. Like, deal with the gimmick, get past that, and... like, what's left? But, like... I don't know, by that point in the FFH stream, I was very copiously abusing limit breaks. And so, like, Selfie was in, like, limit break health range. And... you can just keep pressing square. You can just keep pressing square to bring the limit breaks back up, like to reload the thing until you hit limit break. And then Selphie's limit break of like just using random magic, and you can just press do over and over and over until it gives you something you want. And we got to the final phase of Ultimecia, and it just gave me the end. And people will tell you, like, the end will kill everything except Ultimecia. And that's not true, because the end will kill Ultimecia. I have it on stream, it is in one of the clips. The issue with using the end on Ultimecia is actually Ultimecia has multiple phases. So if you use the end on one of her earlier phases, it ends that phase, but not the fight. Use it on the last phase, it'll just kill her. And that's what I did. Oh, you haven't done it since? I thought you were talking about like a recent playthrough, man. That's fair enough. Now, doing that on your first time, bullshit. Absolute bullshit. But then I think FF8 isn't a fun game to play on your first time. I think there are just games like that. Like we're playing Resident Evil. You know what's not a fun Resident Evil game to play on your first time? Veronica. Like, you could grow to like Code Veronica. Your first time is not going to be fun. FF8 isn't the first time that happened. FF6, Joker Doom with Setsu. Doesn't Kate Sith have an instant death move with his slots limit break? I feel like he does. Yeah, because it can go both ways. You know what, Mia? I fully agree with that. A game shouldn't require a replay to be fun. There we go. But yeah, a game that requires multiple playthroughs to be fun is just like... But with Code Veronica, it's like, you either play it and then get good afterwards, or you play it with a guide.
Never take it from me. This is my husband's legacy. Now, where's that spy you were working with earlier? You know who I'm
gonna end up doing Code Veronica on stream.
What? You really don't know anything, do you? You're so gullible. She's one of the operatives sent here by
I've got the various marathons coming up.
The reason why she came here is to obtain the G-Virus.
Metroidvania.
That's a lie.
No, it's the truth.
mecha-chrono in Sonic Marathon 2. The name's Chrono, mecha-chrono. And at some point I do want to do like a playthrough of like all the Resident Evil games
That can't be.
on stream, like just
I
do
know
them
her.
all.
Ada wouldn't do something like that.
If you don't want to believe it, I don't really care. You're about to die anyway.
I say all, and it does mean like mostly
What
all.
happened?
Like Survivor, Gaiden, Zero. Like, I am less interested in playing Zero than I am in Gaiden. But,
The self-destruct sequence has been activated. Repeat, the self-destruct sequence has been activated. This sequence may not be aborted. All employees proceed to the emergency car at the bottom platform. All employees proceed to the bottom platform. All employees.
Leon.
Zero was a slog for other reasons as well, but, like, yeah, Zero's biggest problem is that it's really boring.
You know what this is about, so just hand over the G-Virus.
I don't believe this.
Like, there is just so little appeal to Zero.
About everything.
I think Zero opens well enough with the train. It's an interesting setting that's fairly unique. And then the train crashes and you're in the training facility and it's just another mansion. In a series that had already done mansions more than enough, and it's way less interesting. You've got the mansion in RE1,
Ada.
which they'd also done again by this point in Remake. You can argue the police station's basically another mansion.
It's over. Just
And the mansion itself in Code Veronica, to an extent,
too late, Leon.
which I guess is pushing it a little, but still. And, like, they're all more interesting than the training facility and mansion of Zero, which is just boring and grey.
Really wanted to escape with me, Leon. Escape from everything.
I absolutely doubt I just put RE0 onto easy and just go through that as quick as possible. Like, yeah, at some point I'm thinking of just like doing all the Resident Evil games. That'd be like 1, 2, 3, Code Veronica, Remake, Zero, Gaiden, Survivor, Survivor 2, Dead Aim.
This is what everyone's been dying for.
Would include the Outbreak games. See, I like that as an idea. Ada's gun had no ammo. Because it adds ambiguity. I think taking that bit out of the remake was a mistake. I think, like, okay, you can examine Ada's gun, there's no ammo. So she couldn't have shot Leon. And when Leon called her bluff, there was nothing she could do but put the gun down. So it adds the ambiguity of, would she have shot Leon? Oh shit, I forgot about you. Just caution, ain't no place to be. Yeah, let's drop off the modex. hit the box, get prepped for the final boss. What else is there? Dead aim. 4, 5, 6. I was thinking about that, and like my hesitation with adding 5 and 6 to that was like, oh, I'd have to play those with somebody though, and then get somebody on board for it. It's like, then I thought like I could just play 5 and 6 on my own. I don't know if I want to play 6 on my own. No, you don't get to see the gun in Remake. Ada falls off the bridge, and her gun goes with her, or the bridge collapses or something. You can't see the gun in the Remake. And like, you can't see it's not. You can't see that it's empty. Unless it's a specific gun person thing of like, oh yeah, the slide's locked back or something. Which you'd feel like Leon would immediately notice if it's a detail like that. I'm glad you enjoyed the magic. And like, I definitely want to give my opinions on them. Because like, I've criticised a lot about Code Veronica in the past. Like, Code Veronica does have strong points. There are things I like about Code Veronica. I feel like I'm going to come back into this menu in a second. Stuck on a wall. Wouldn't have even had to do that. Almost done. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I love that, like, you pay attention there, you can see Birkin deforming into what eventually becomes G5. Like, the dog form goes away and it becomes kind of a blob. Which I like. OG RE2 does so much well. OG RE2 does so much well with that kind of thing. The crossover between Scenario A and Scenario B that you're not going to understand the first time through. Like, when you first fight Birkin in Scenario A, it's G2, not G1, and he throws a pipe at you. It's the pipe he uses against the B Scenario character as G1. Which is really cool. I like that crossover. And it's an idea that's completely absent from RE2 Make.
Yes, I'm fine.
Yeah, I thought I just had that could be interesting.
No.
Like, not just playing
I have to
all
find
the
my
Resident Evil
brother.
games, playing the original versions of every Resident Evil game. Like, to narrow down specifically which versions we're doing. I had a thought of like, okay, we can do like the PlayStation version of like the Jill campaign in RE1 and the Saturn version of the Chris campaign. And then like there's 4 console versions of RE4, but there's 4 scenarios, 1. And like, not a bad idea, but like doing the original versions that would be really like OG PlayStation versions, not doing the DualShock version of this, like the original PlayStation release. God, that'd be rough for RE1. That doesn't have auto aim. Which becomes a real issue when the hunters get introduced. And then like GameCube RE4. Ooh, it's an interesting idea, Magic. Didn't you really do them? I remember seeing you do Last Revelation. I think you ended up doing the PS1 version of that because the PC version wasn't good or wouldn't work. But you did Chronicles. I know you did Chronicles on PC. And then, sure, you did the PC version of Angel of Darkness. That was a long time ago. Them all on PC? Did you emulate the PlayStation version of Last Revelation then? Huh. Maybe I'm misremembering. It was a long time ago. Nothing wrong with that, man. RE4 is a fun game, it's worth playing through. PC version is a solid way to play it. As it is, I don't think there's really... Like, PS2, you could argue, is the worst way to play RE4, but... It's still fine. What was the time? $142. Beat it on GameCube with a Game Shark. I'm sure you had some kind of issue playing one of the Tomb Raider games on PC and had to do the PlayStation version. It was that long ago, I could be misremembering. I don't know. It's not a big deal. Yeah, I've only done GameCube RE4 once. That was when I did a Let's Play of it. I had to play the PS2 version of Angel of Darkness because she had the one piece. Fair enough. I've never done Angel of Darkness. And I've never even seen Angel of Darkness all the way through, because I remember I caught some of your playthrough. I specifically remember a greenhouse, but I feel like I missed most of it. I've never done Angel of Darkness. Never played it at all. Yeah, I only did a GameCube version of RE4 once, or that was when I was doing a Let's Play of it. First time I played it, the only time I played it. I encountered a lot of... Like, I'd heard of the glitch where you can blow a Ganado's head off and they'll still walk forward and choke you. I encountered that during the Let's Play like 3 or 4 times, which is crazy because I've never actually seen it before. But like doing RE4 on GameCube is cool. It's weird that it's letterboxed. Just like it's not widescreen. The entire thing seems to be letterboxed, which is weird because by 2005, plenty of games had widescreen options. A good opportunity to finally do Revelations 2 as well, because I've never actually beaten it. With that, I could play the version I played first. I've got it on PS4 and Switch at this point. I've heard the Switch version runs terribly, but I haven't played it. But I originally got it on Vita. And I remember it playing fine. I don't remember any frame rate issues or anything. Yeah, I don't know. I've got a PlayStation Move somewhere, which I bought for the like the light gun games. I got it before VR was the thing, so I got the Move controller, the camera, the navigator controller. Like the whole setup was like £12. That was it. But now, like a Move controller on its own is usually like $40. So I got lucky with that one. And I got, I think, all of the light gun games on PS3. Both Chronicles games. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna do all the Resident Evil games, and I'm doing stuff like Guided and Survivor. It will mean I have to do. Umbrella Chronicles is not balanced for a single person. That game is meant to be played co-oping. Yeah, I got both Chronicles games. House of the Dead 3 and 4. Overkill Extended Cut. And Time Crisis Rising Storm. Darkside Chronicles is better about it. I don't remember Darkside Chronicles being any easier on 2-player. But the main issue you end up with in Darkside Chronicles is bosses. Bosses were a pain, single player or co-op. Umbrella Chronicles was just a mess on single player, it felt like. Maybe I will have to skip though. I might be too close to the TV here for remote. Maybe if I down here maybe, but like this has issues. I can see what the chat's saying. Mike is going to stop here, I say. I don't think I've ever seen a gun con in person. Not good. Gun Con 3. I've seen gun cons in person, I owned them. I had a Gun Con 45 and a G Con 2. Shame I don't have them anymore. Thanks for popping in, Chance. We're pretty much going to be wrapping up now anyway. there's not enough time for me to do another stream, another game. Really don't feel like doing Player B anyway, and there's not enough time for me to do anything else. And I have work tomorrow, and my butt is uncomfortable right now. So, but yeah, we find the wires for the rest of my consoles. Get back into doing more of the stuff. Dead Space will come back. Spider-Man 2 will be finished. I think those two specifically, get those two done. And then we jump right into Metroidvania. Which begins with Castlevania Harmony of Dissonance, I think, on Game Boy Advance. Which I have on here. I also, I got the Castlevania Advance collection on Switch. Which is a good collection, and, there's a lot of effort put into it, which is really nice. You can play any of the 3 regions of all 4 games on there. Which is interesting, because it's the Castlevania Anniversary Collection was like, hey, here's the US, and then they added the Japanese versions in an update, I think. And you can choose between them. But the Castlevania Advance Collection lets you choose Japan, US, or Europe. I don't think it means a whole lot between US and Europe. Because it's not like a frame rate or refresh rate issue like other games would have been, because they were on a handheld with their own screen. But yeah, getting to Metroidvania, the first game of that is Harmony of Dissonance. I think I haven't properly talked about this on stream because I haven't had a chance. The Metroidvania 2022 schedule is Castlevania Harmony of Dissonance on Game Boy Advance, Blasphemous on Switch, which I've been wanting to do for a while, Gato Roboto on Switch, which I wasn't aware was on Switch. I thought it was a PC only thing, but look forward to that. That's supposed to be kind of bite-sized. Should be fun. Guacamelee Super Turbo Championship Edition on Switch, Hollow Knight on Switch, Toho Lunar Nights on Switch, Metroid Dread on Switch, Shadow Complex Remastered on PS4, Strider on PS4, and wrapping it up with Bloodstained Ritual of the Night on Xbox One. So that is the Metroidvania 2022 schedule. I hope everybody looks forward to that. Most of those I haven't played before. I've done Harmony of Dissonance before. I beat Metroid Dread on stream. I've done Hollow Knight before, but I never finished it. I got to the point where too much of the map was available and I couldn't figure out where to go next. And Hollow Knight is too big for that. And it's one of the downfalls of the game. I think as a Metroidvania, Hollow Knight is kind of weak. Which, that's something I'll end up getting more into during that playthrough. But, the general idea of that is, I think, as a Metroidvania, Hollow Knight is pretty weak. But its combat is absolutely fantastic. Some of the most satisfying 2D combat I've ever played. Absolutely fantastic. Which is what keeps you going, and so when you end up at a point where you can't figure out where to go next, so you can't get to, the next boss, because the bosses that stand out in that game, it becomes really disappointing. You start losing motivation for it. Bloodstained Ritual of the Night I've done before. Very much enjoyed that, and I look forward to that capping off. We're going to end that on a high note. With all the marathons we've got coming up, I want to end them on high notes. mecha-chrono in Sonic the Marathon 2 featuring Kira. That would have ended with Sonic Forces. So I'm starting it with Sonic Adventure DX Director's Cut. Because I kind of want to do Adventure again, anyway, and we'll do Director's Cut just to mix it up. Like going through all of those like in order with skipping Shadow because I don't want to play that game 10 times. That's something I think is completely unnecessary and honestly obnoxious to demand of your player base to get the true ending 10 times. No. So with skipping Shadow, it's going to be like Adventure DX Director's Cut, Heroes 06, Unleashed Colours, Generations, Lost World. I think Boom is after Lost World. We are going to do Sonic Boom on Switch, Rise of Lyric. I've not done that before. Let me get a little bit of an uptick with Mania, and then Forces. And if we're going to just end it at Forces, it's like, okay, this is a low point. Like, regardless of all the games that came before, I think Forces is one of the worst. For various reasons. See, after that, Sonic Rush and Sonic Pocket Adventure on like the DS and the Neo Geo Pocket Color, respectively. Just so we end that on a higher note. And then a similar thing with the name's Chrono, Mecha-chrono, the Bond Marathon. Starts high with GoldenEye, and then, like... Tomorrow Never Dies isn't great. The World Is Not Enough on PlayStation, because I grew up with the PlayStation version. And I've never actually done the N64 version. Then it's Agent Under Fire, which I like, Nightfire, which I like, Everything or Nothing, which I like. Then it's From Russia with Love, which was the last EA Bond game, which I'm kind of like on. Then it goes into the Activision stuff, Quantum of Solace, GoldenEye Reloaded, Bloodstone, and 007 Legends, all of which are very much Call of Duty clones, which is disappointing. But 007 Legends is actually terrible, and was the last Bond game. Even at this point, there hasn't been another Bond game released since, and it's been 10 years, I think. Which is absolutely crazy. And IO Interactive is making one, they've said. They announced that, Project 007. But like, 007 Legends was bad enough that it killed Eurocom, a decent developer that had been making games for decades. And like, Activision just didn't make any more Bond games, which is probably good. All shit. But then, like, again, to end that on a high note, 007 Legends isn't the last game of that marathon. It's going to be The World Is Not Enough on N64. Because, like I said, I've not done that before, and I've heard that it's actually really good. Like, comparable to GoldenEye. So that should be fun. I like ending these things on a high note. If you've been following the stream for a long time, you may remember some of the older streams where it's like, okay, I've got a game over or something, or I've become frustrated with the game, and it's like, okay, we're going to stop this. But I don't want the stream to end on a down note, so we've started other things. That was why I did Spider-Man PS4 on stream. Because Digital Devil's like pissed me off. And it was like, okay, we're going to stop this for now. But I don't want the stream to end on a down note. It's like, let's do Spider-Man PS4, and that was why I ended up doing Spider-Man PS4. Yeah, like try and end things on a high note, I think, is the best way. But Clem, we're just wrapping up. You have to stick around for the wrap up. But yeah, I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. See about getting set back up, get properly, and get everything, all the consoles properly wired up. And like, we'll get back to a proper schedule. I'll define a proper schedule, like days and times and stuff. But yeah, I want to thank everyone for joining the stream. I just really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Clem, Teak, Icy for the gift subs. Like, so many goddamn gift subs. Teak with a gift sub. Mir with the prime sub. Mir popping in. Chance. Magic. feel like that might be everybody. Lino. Oh, I think Lino popped in. I'm pretty sure it was Lino. And I think that's everybody. Like, thank you all so much for popping out for my return stream. I am off again on Friday, at which point I'm gonna see about getting the consoles out and the plugs found and everything, so we can do those things. And then we'll see about setting up a proper schedule, which I will let people know about on the Discord. I think everybody's on the Discord, but if you are not, here is the Discord. I just shut down the bot. Like an idiot. I'm pretty sure. Discord link is like right there. The bot posted it like 2 minutes ago. But yeah. So, thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. And take care. Thanks so much for coming out to the return, guys. Catch you next time.